I'm recording, okay? Go to H1. So I want to do spring. I want to do undergraduate. Subject, business technology. I want to do keyword 210. I'm going to search. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Ava, are you there? Okay, does everybody want to turn on their cameras? So we can see everyone. Good. So make sure that you're in the middle of the screen. Everyone can see you. Bright. Good lighting. And we can go ahead and do. And Isabel, Belle, you're in
Yes.
hidden mode.
No, I shattered my camera, but I'm getting it fixed. So.
Okay, you need to do, that's one of the requirements for the class, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know what you can even do is just even buy another webcam, USB even, to attach if you can't fix your camera,
Okay.
okay? Because that's a requirement for the class. So as we get everybody up and running, hopefully everyone has a good day. As everybody's coming in. So what the requirement is everybody be on a computer and that you all have your cameras available to you. And Stephanie, you have a camera? Okay.
Hello. Yes. Sorry, I'm new to the class. This is my first day.
Okay,
And
so
I
you're
didn't
gonna
realize it was
need
a
to,
requirement.
pardon?
So I'm driving home right now, but I'll have it on as soon as I get
Okay,
out of
one of the
class.
requirements, Stephanie, for you to stay in the class is you have to be not in your car, not anywhere else,
Okay.
and be prepared. We're having a lot of issues with Miami traffic moving back and forth. If that can't
Okay.
be a possible, even move to somewhere where they're safe, where it's not even home, that you can be in the classroom. Okay? So, and
Okay.
if that
Sounds
can't
good.
be done, then maybe another class that's on campus or something like that where it's a lot easier. Stay on campus or stay somewhere because we're always going to have major traffic in Miami. Where things for me, I think it's going to take 5 minutes. I'm stuck in traffic sometimes 30 minutes, so you almost have to prepare an hour in advance for that. So we'll do that. So Stephanie will, so basically show your face and put in the chat that you are available, okay? When you come in. So we'll see what's happening. And Samuel, Joseph, where are you? Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Okay. And everyone's name, make sure rename yourself if this is not your name that's listed. Also, if there's like a nickname or something, you can put that in parentheses or something like that where you would like to call me. But you need to have your formal name that it matches as well. So I know we have problems with getting on. So what I suggest everyone do is get on 10 minutes early. I know some of you have classes and you want to rush to your place of residence beforehand, but everything takes time with cameras on. And Sebastian, how are you doing?
Doing good, Professor. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing great. Thank you. So let me just start. You know what I'll do? I'll start doing my preparatory work and then we'll start. So the thing that will, I'm a Dr. Rush and that guy. Many students just call me Dr. Rush. It's just easier to spell. My name is quite difficult to spell. So one of the first things I'm going to be doing is recording. And I'm going to be recording. It says in Zoom, record to this computer or record to the cloud. So Lily, what's the difference? And what should I do? It's a review, right, Lily? So what should I do? Record to the computer or record to the cloud?
Record to the cloud.
And you know what? My next question, who cares why, right? And that is what?
So then everyone can see it. It's not just on your computer.
Right. It's going to be, there's going to be a link with Zoom, right, Lily? There'll be a link with Zoom. When you go to your Zoom for this class, you'll see the recordings. And Lily, I'll ask you to share your screen to see, do we have the recordings from last time? But let's make sure that we record. So at this point, I'm going to record to the cloud. And let's see if it's recording. And I have on my end recording. And Andrea, what did you have on your end? Did you have something flash on your screen, Andrea?
Yeah, it gave me a notice that you were recording and I had to accept.
Okay, in order to participate, right? And why does it give you that notice, Andrea?
So that you know you're being recorded, because some people don't want to be recorded.
Right. It basically, it is in this case, note that you are being recorded, your face is being recorded, your name is here as well. So if you do not want that, what I suggest is you do what, Andrea?
Change classes.
Yeah, change classes where they don't do any recordings, right? Because we're doing this as recordings. Also, I'll be teaching you all these methods. Anything that I do in the class, you will be proficient as well. So we're recording to the cloud. What else do we need? Andrea, you're on a roll. So what else did I do last time before we started?
You also started the live stream.
Perfect, perfect. Yes, Andrea, perfect. We wanted to do the live stream to YouTube, and the live stream for YouTube is a setting on Zoom. It's not for the free Zoom, but it is for the paid version. We have the educational enterprise version. So I'm going to do live to YouTube. I have a channel that I created on YouTube. You will also be creating a channel on YouTube, and you will be able then to record through Zoom. When you're doing a meeting in Zoom, you will be able to go live to YouTube. And what there is something called an API. Have you ever heard of that, Andrea? API? The letter API?
I don't believe I have.
You
sorry.
haven't. And then what would you do? What do we say in this class? Can we use our computer? Can we go searching? Can we use ChatGPT? Can we use Gemini? Can we use Google in class pertaining to our class? The answer is yes. So if I ask, for instance, something, for instance, called YouTube Live, Zoom, when you're doing a meeting in Zoom, in YouTube Live, it is what we call an API. So what I ask everyone to do is what? Is look up what does it mean, the letter API. Anytime I'm asking you, then that will be there. Okay. So did you find it, Andrea?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So it says an API stands for Application Programming Interface.
Okay, let's just stop right there. Application Programming Interface. Is Zoom an application? Yes, right? Zoom is an application. What else? Do you know any other applications? You know application. Is Word an application? Is Excel an application, right? Any type of program is an application. And the second word is program what? What was the I for?
Interface.
Interface. So we have Zoom, which is an application. And where am I trying to stream to, Andrea? You're doing a great job.
To YouTube?
To YouTube. Is YouTube an application?
Yes.
Yes. So we have Zoom as an application. We have YouTube as an application. And within Zoom, instead of leaving Zoom, I can live stream our class via YouTube, and they have what they call an application program interface. Zoom allows for the intersection to YouTube, and YouTube also has basically to be able to connect. That's called an API. So I didn't have to leave Zoom and to go to this. And what's the advantage of live stream? That it's in real time. And we talked about it last time in sharing the screen, right? When I share my screen, what do you see in this case, Andrea?
I can see our Zoom.
You can see our Zoom. Later on, people can subscribe to it, our channel. And later on, Andrea, you'll have your own channel where people can subscribe. You can make it public, you can make it private, or you can make it unlisted. Right now, I'm making it public. Now, what's the difference? You'll notice I use my hands a lot, right? If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is it exactly keyed there?
No, it's delayed.
It's delayed. Why is it delayed? It's delayed because there's going to be what? From Zoom, we're using Zoom server, right? We're in the cloud. Zoom is a cloud application too, right? Why is Zoom a cloud application? How do we get to Zoom? We need through our browser an internet connection. And you can see here, Zoom is also an application. In order to jump from one server Zoom to YouTube's server Zoom, do you think it takes time? Yes. So we have delays. For our purposes, it doesn't matter. If we say we want people from around the world to basically view the class, that's good enough. They're 60 seconds. But if we're doing live trading, right, and high frequency trading, Andrea, what's your major?
I'm a legal studies major.
Right, right. So you wanted to do law school, right? Is that kind of the way? So that legal study majors, we can see that as well. Basically, we're having a delay. If you're giving a lecture in the legal process, you want that. But in real time, if you want to hear somebody say guilty, not guilty, you're going to have basically an issue, and especially in trading. Questions on that? Okay, so we have then sharing, and I also then am using MSN Recorder to record and save on my computer, right? So if I ask Gia, why is there an advantage to save on my computer? I'm saving to Zoom's class, to Zoom's server. Why should I bother for myself save this recording on my own computer? Gia.
Like maybe in case you lose it.
Lose what?
The
What am I
recording.
losing? And how am I going to lose the recording? It's on the Zoom server. What else? What do you think? Go ahead.
Maybe if it doesn't like get backed up to anything.
Okay, basically, how do I have to get to Zoom? Could Zoom's server be down? Could I have, for instance, yes, right? If Zoom's server is down, then I don't have it. Also, I have it basically proprietary. So in this case, I have a backup. Have you ever heard of backup procedures? A lot of times, for instance, even on your computer, Gia, you want to have a backup in what they call the cloud in order if you lose it on your computer, vice versa. So those are things that we'll be discussing that we're going to have in every topic. And I have Brandon too. Brandon, are you there? So we have, one of the things is just logging on, you have to be active. I don't know if Brandon's not hearing me. We'll set that up. That's number one. Number two is in the beginning of every class, we have a chat. Many times I'm busy with the chat. People are putting a note, I'm the first time here, I'm not sure when the exam is, whatever there is, or this, I don't know the different, what is, can you repeat again, what is API, things like that. We have the chat, and what I like to do is people volunteer to moderate the chat. What does that entail? It doesn't entail much. It's just open the chat pop-up, and you will see then people asking questions, and then you can interrupt me during the sessions that are appropriate and tell me, Dr. Rush, can you explain again what API is, or some of the other questions. So I have, then in my case, I will always have Sebastian, and Sebastian, do you want to put in the chat your email? Sebastian is my teaching assistant for this semester. My teaching assistant for this semester, and he was a student, an excellent student last semester, and he was a teaching assistant in training, basically helping out our TAs, helping students, and he has, if you want, you can take a shot of that or look in the chat and see that that is his email. I'll have Sebastian review the chat, but I always like, basically with Sebastian, is also have another student moderate with him. Do I have a volunteer just to moderate the chat and let me know? Raise your hand. Okay, Juan Carlos, thank you. So Juan Carlos, do me a favor then, just look at the chat. If there's anything that's important, we can do it. And that's part of class participation. One of the things is, as I mentioned before, having online classes, it's easy to doze off, it's easy to look at my phone, it's easy to do whatever, but not be engaged. So I'm trying as much as possible to have you engaged. One of the things I also do is I will call on people randomly, or if you raise your hand, I'll call them. That is not every professor's style. That is my style. 1, to get to know you. 2, to see your participation. 3, to help me out. And 4, to make it more interesting. If you don't like that, that is another reason, right? In this case, Andrea, this is what I call the week of the trailer, right? The trailer movie. Everything is not for everyone, right? Some professors I thought were the greatest, where other professors said, oh, they were a pain. I don't want it. Too much work for me. So if you're in the class of too much work for me, this also is not in your wheelhouse, as we say. Okay, great. We got that. So I have my recordings. I'm going to also try to do my Sebastian. What else am I missing? I need to promote you, right, Sebastian?
Yeah, you need to make me a co-host.
Okay, so you want to do that, Sebastian. You want to do that right away when when that occurs. That we have, in this case, all my students. I want to promote you, right, Sebastian? So what you need to know is I am the host of Zoom. I have a role that's greater, and then I also can make other participants co-hosts. So I am making, and you'll be doing this as one of your next assignments, is making each other co-hosts. And in this case, it says to me, do you want to make Sebastian Hernandez the co-host of this meeting? Okay? So at this time, do I have Brandon there? Or he came and then he went. So in this case, we'll see if he does that. Sebastian, if you can be so kind for Brandon, just direct message him on if he's here and let him know that. If not, we can remove him. Okay. Next, who is new to the class? Okay. Valentina, you're new to the class. What is your major, Valentina?
I'm a marketing major.
Marketing major. And Valentina, have you ever had any experience with AI, using AI tools?
Yeah.
What, like what?
A bit. in a different tech class, but it was more of a graphic design
Graphic
based class. Yeah,
graphic design. And where did you take that class?
in high school.
Oh, in high school. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have it in that case. Okay, and do you have any other? Do you have any programming background, Valentina?
No.
Okay, all right. So one of the things you need to do is you need to check on what's new and make sure that you're up to date for. We have an assignment due for next Wednesday, so you need
Okay.
to be up to date there. Any other people that have not been here last time? And then Mark, what is your major?
I'm also marketing.
You're also marketing. You know Valentina?
I do not know
No,
Valentina.
now you know her. Okay, you're marketing. So when we do projects, a lot of the projects dealing with AI, why I like we're going to do a lot of projects working with AI. And Mark, AI has what I call hallucinations. What does that mean, Mark? You have any clue?
Hallucinations.
Of AI.
That you think you see, but you don't really
Right.
see.
So is AI the way it is now always accurate?
No.
No. So that's what they call hallucinations. That they basically come up with ideas. If you use ChatGPT or any others, if you start asking a question, it gives you responses with authority, seemingly, but could be completely wrong. And unless you know the topic area well, you can just accept it. So when I was thinking about it, those of you, many of the people were trying to use, some attorneys were trying to use AI, and what happened? ChatGPT just came up with made up cases. So you know you need precedents, right? So once it made precedents, it just made up cases. They took it to court, and people were trying to look up those cases, and they didn't exist. It's going to get better, but that's where it is. That's why I like marketing for Valentina and Mark. Is a lot of times it's basically making up stories, right? Giving images, right, that don't have to be exact, right? In commercials, right? So it basically you need blog posts, you need to write emails. A lot of times you need to have content, and at that time it can help you. Who else is new to the class? Just two people?
Professor, I just talked to Brandon. He said he's having problems with the audio, but he's trying to fix it.
Okay, great. Perfect. That's what we want to do. Another thing, Sebastian, if when you have those issues, right, you can just direct message those students and see what their issues are, that we know that they're just sometimes, when you log in, it just, and you log off, it just, that image just remains as well. And Pavi, what we need to do, if we look at the whole screens here, and if we look at Kevin and even Ariel, right, that there, it's like the witness protection program, right, that we want to do. And what do we have? Face recognition all the time. And then when I was in physical classes, I said at that time I was early in recording. I was even recording pre-COVID, and some students at that time said they didn't want to record it. I had them sit on another side of the class, and I made humorously, I thought it was a joke. If you're in the witness protection program, you can sit over there in the corner. And a student came to me and says, Dr. Rush, privately, I am in the witness protection program. So uh, in that case, we are. But in this class, you are. Also, another purpose, if you are, really sick, you have a severe case of COVID or whatever, you can ask permission to not show your face at that time. Or if you're really feeling horrible one day, I give people the idea that you can say, please don't call on me today. It's a one day, we all have bad days, so it's a one day that you can use. But I suggest the beginning of the class, it's a good time not to do it. And then anyone else, Sebastian, that turns up, you can kind of direct. The same thing with Lucas. Why isn't his camera working or audio? And we all have issues. It needs just to be finding out how it can be resolved. Any other comments, Sebastian? Anything else I need to make clear?
No, I'm gonna message them right now.
Okay, thank you so much. And you see how the teaching assistants, I also have teaching assistants in training that help Sebastian. Sometimes how is a teaching assistant in training work? is basically they help out as when we get into breakout rooms, when you understand the projects, when we're coming up with new assignments. What I do in this class is I always update this class every semester because especially my focus is in artificial intelligence and tools for business. So we're always trying out new software, new applications, right? Andrea, APIs, right? Application program interfaces. So if you're interested in that, sometimes you'll get the from our TAs. We have two TAs, Sebastian and Daniel, who is our lead TA, who's been with me now. He took this course last year. We'll come up with new projects, and you'll be able, you kind of have the first glimpse of it. So you'll be able to give feedback, on instructions. Sometimes you'll try out the assignment before others. So if you're interested in that, I suggest you do it. Sebastian, why did you agree to be a teaching assistant in training? What was your motivation?
I felt like I was doing good in the class. I actually enjoyed it, and it was perfectly aligned with my schedule. And I said, why not? Let's try it. And I don't regret taking the decision of doing it.
Okay, great. And you can put it on your resume, right, of getting manager kind of leadership role. Also, if you're interested in it, I get your feedback. It's almost also, I think about it as a peer, that I have the point of view of instructor, Sebastian, and you guys have the point of view of the student. So you can say, Dr. Rush, slow down, or, other students don't want to say that. Can you review more for the test? Whatever kind of feedback, you're in a position that you feel more comfortable. I'm recruiting that, where another student says, I don't want to criticize the professor. I want to get the best grade. So that's it. Okay, anything else? All right, so let's get in there. Also, what I do is at the end of the class, I end early so you can stay with me and ask any questions. And I said, if anything private, I remind me to stop recording. We always have in the recording the need to know. No one has the need to know what is your personal business, what is your grade, other things. Okay, so we're ready to go. Let's hit the road. So I'm going to go share. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to go, now we can see the YouTube. I see the, and this is going to be important. Blackboard is key to this class, or maybe it's not in others. Blackboard is the key. We have the course syllabus, and let me just make it clear, on the course syllabus, you'll see the course syllabus here. And in the course syllabus, we went over it last time, that my office hours are after this class, and also from 7:50 after my evening class. And this is the Zoom link to get into those 7:50 office hours. Also, if you need to see me, it's by appointment. Again, I'm reviewing. You need to, when you contact me via email, a lot of times I like to respond in a timely manner. Put in your section. So, the 335, the section H, so I know from which section you're in. We're going to be using the 10th edition. I went over Blackboard is the process. And another thing I just want to emphasize is on exams. I've had a couple of requests here. My exams are in person. They are not online. Everyone, even if you have accommodations that have been approved to take exams, you take it with me. I will give you, if some people need more time on accommodations, you'll let me know, but you take that with me. If you cannot take these exams at these times and you want to remain in the class, you will get a 0 on the exam. Did you understand that, Mark? The first exam is March 3rd. If for some reason you say, hey, you know what, I wanted to go to spring break early, that's fine, but you will get it, and you want to remain in my class, you will get a 0. If that time frame, and I really think there's no reason why anyone should get a 0, basically go to another section where their exams are in different dates. March 3rd is my exam in person. It's going to be in the School of Business on a computer, on the school's computer in 204. My second exam will be on April 21st, also in person in the School of Business 204. We'll review a week ahead of time. We'll be doing a number of activities that we'll cover in those exams. Any questions? Is that clear, Valentina? Perfect. Okay. So in this case, we finished with that. The other thing is, if I had to look at there's so many different sections here, what is the major one that you need to look at in this case? Gia, which section is most important for students? After they do the Zoom meeting, right, and they've looked at the course syllabus, at the end of the session we do attendance. What else is the key? Gia?
The what's due.
What's due. Always in the case you say, hey, what is due? Last time I mentioned do the assignment for today, and somebody came back to me and said, I thought it said in what's due, it's due Wednesday. It was. I just wanted people to get gear up on it in case they had any issues. I could give feedback. So the what's due session is, instead of Monday, usually it's Monday to Monday. Since Monday is a holiday, it's Wednesday, and we sign up for Wiley Plus. We have the readings. We have the adaptive assignments. These quizzes, the adaptive assignments is based on how well you do. It has the number of questions you have, and in quizzes, you can take it how many times in this case, Andrea? The quizzes?
2 times.
2 times. And what counts? What counts? Can you average it? Can you choose what grade you get?
It's your last attempt.
Last attempt. Okay, that's it. And I also asked you to go to the library and basically subscribe, and you get for free as affiliated with the University of Miami, the New York Times and Wall Street Journal for free. Okay, and I asked you to read this article for next week on how are companies using AI agents. Here's a look at 5 early users of the bots. So I give that article as well. All right, and then my role is the instructor is Wiley Readings. What you need to do for Wiley Readings is you need to click on Chapter 1. Here are parts of the book, and then you have the adaptive assignments. In this case, if I looked at information systems, I should see the book come up for information system here. And for instance, they're telling me various types of information systems in an organization. Basically, this book is about information systems technologies in organizations. Sometimes the word enterprise is used equivalent to an organization. And we said here that information systems, what is it going to do? That data, we're going to collect it, we're going to process it, we're going to store it, we're going to analyze it, and what do we want to do is disseminate it. So here is the difference between data versus information versus knowledge. And the difference is basically that data many times doesn't give us meaning. Information starts to make more sense. And knowledge is where I can convey and use to others. So knowledge then consists of it being not only organized and processed, but it conveys understanding, it conveys experience, it conveys accumulative learning, and it can be applied. And in this area, we'll see that what artificial intelligence a lot of times and generative AI tries to do is create that knowledge. And then you can see some data. It's talking about some figures here. And when we talk about computer information systems, what do we talk about? We talk about components. One is hardware. You all know what hardware is, right? And basically, in hardware are my laptops, or they're my phones. We can think about it as my earbuds, a lot of the hardware where I can touch and feel. I have also, in the hardware, I have one company that's really, have you ever heard, in this case, Mark, NVIDIA? If you're going to talk, just nodding your head.
Sure I have.
Okay, what have you heard about it? And if you're not sure, what do you think you should do?
Google it.
Right, Google it or do something. As I'm asking you, right, and everybody should be doing that, Andrea as well, and Valentina, is you should be looking up, right? If I looked up NVIDIA, you can see here, NVIDIA Corporation is an American multinational corporation. It's headquartered in Santa Clara. And what's unique about it, it becomes the world leader in artificial intelligence. And if I looked at NVIDIA market value or stock price, let's do that. And let's look at, let's do 1 year. Let's do 5 years. If you wanted to look, Mark, on that trend, do you think the trend is going up or the trend is going down?
Definitely going up.
Definitely going up. And look, in 2024, it was at $41, right? And now, what did it end now? At $134. And then if I looked at in the past 5 years, it's gone up 2,086%. Pretty good, right? And let's say in a year, it's gone up 141%. Pretty good. So why is it going up so much? What is it doing? And comparing about it is what is the technology here in the news gains. Why analysts is basically what? If I think about NVIDIA, why is that going up so much? Who can tell me? Jayan, what do you think? Have you ever heard of NVIDIA?
You said about the recent trends of the stock
Yeah,
price?
of NVIDIA. Why is it going up? For the past year, 1 year, 100. What is your major?
I'm a finance major.
Finance major. So do you think that's good if it went up 141%?
Yeah, I do think it's good.
It's mind blowing. So the question is why? And if you say I don't know, what do you want to do in this class? Is start researching and looking it up. So what did you see, Zach? While I was yapping. Have you been looking it up?
I didn't look it up, but they've just been the leader in AI stuff, right?
Right, stuff. And what stuff is that? AI stuff. That's what we want to do. We want to speak intelligently rather than stuff. What stuff are they doing? They doing APIs? What stuff are they doing? Lucas, what stuff are they doing?
I think mostly like computer chips and stuff that like helps run the AI.
Right, it's basically what. So look and see what you find. Henry, have you looked and researched on NVIDIA? Why is NVIDIA going up 141%? Everybody's correct that artificial intelligence is kind of their motivator, but what do they give to the marketplace? What are they giving?
Well, they actually have a lot of product lines.
Right.
But they make CPUs, which are used in computers, and obviously computers can be used for just about anything.
Right. They're central processing units, and what else do they produce? They produce something called GPUs. Have you ever heard of that, Henry? CPU is central processing unit. And what do you think GPU stands for? Processing unit. What's the G for?
I could look it up.
Good. That's what we want to do. What did you find, Pavi? about NVIDIA?
So far, I'm just seeing AI, but I'm
Okay,
trying to
but what are their products? Just so far we're seeing AI, but what is beyond AI? Who can, Briggs, did you look at, did you kind of find out?
I saw graphic cards.
Graphics cards, okay. What else?
There's also something on cryptocurrency mining, which I think could definitely influence the price.
Yeah, what else? Who else is finding something? Just unmic yourself. If you're finding something.
They also make chips for vehicles.
They make chips for vehicles. For what kind of vehicles? Autonomous vehicles, right? What is it? What are right, Andrea? What do autonomous vehicles need? Autonomous.
They need processing units
They
like computers.
need processing, heavy duty processing. Any of that AI, any of those kind of heavy duty numbers. And what's the problem with all this AI? Is they say that it really needs a lot of energy consumption. Those servers get really cool. So what is their key here is in what we call the central processing units helping the computer. Also graphics. Notice those in marketing, right? All the graphics that it produces. And there's something called neural processing units, NPUs, but it's all basically trying to do what? Compress that processing, that hardware that we're talking about, compress it into faster and faster trillions of commands in the blink of your eye. And they've been in the leader of that. And in the beginning, they started out very slowly, but then it basically, the market said, hey, wow, that is just too much to believe. So those are the areas when I'm sharing then, that's the area when I look at this quantum computing, that basically we're talking about all these monsters stack, right, that you can see here. What is a 5-year forecast? Everybody, can it reach 1,000? Can you imagine that they're talking about the stock market, and basically it keeps on, even though when it goes, it's not going to go completely linear, but it's going up, and that's where it's in the news. Okay? So that is the key when you look at that overview of software. That is basically what? So NVIDIA, if I had to ask you, Henry, in this case, NVIDIA, you think it's more of a hardware, a database, a software, or a network company?
I would say it's more of a hardware company.
Hardware, right. It's the insides of the car. It's those graphic cards, and now they're actually producing then computers, AI computers. Little AI computers about this size, right? Small size, but what? Immense amount of computing power. Because think about it, if you're going through all that internet, what do you want to do? Have you ever used anything in AI, Henry? Any software?
I used Microsoft has this image generator, and so last semester in my what was the courses there? We had to create a like our own product. Instead of actually building a physical product, I just had AI generate an image of it.
Right. All that, you want it quick? Can you imagine it producing it so quickly? All of that needs what? That computer, that compression, has to have compression of the data and also process that data. And then you can see here that it's based on software, the difference. So if I have the hardware, then I need the software. So ChatGPT, have you ever used that, Henry?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Is that hardware, software, database, or network?
I would say it's a software.
Software program. It's an application, just like we're using Zoom, just like we're using that Wiley Places software, right? But it uses AI, and the best way it's going to be doing on those servers, right, are basically NVIDIA's the leader in that chip design. Intel has fallen behind where it used to be. Okay, so that is software. Then we have databases. And where do we want to have databases? We have databases everywhere. Databases are what? It's a collection of data where I can retrieve that data. When you think about it, Henry, What database do you think they're using for what purposes in the university? What types of databases? Student database, right? And under the student database is what? Maybe financial database of how much you paid, right? It could be from the registrar, right, of what your grades and grade databases. It could be in the way that we're thinking about parking, the health center, activities. Where do you live, Henry? Do you live on campus or off campus?
Yeah, I live on campus.
On campus. Do you think there are going to be databases of what you have even in a certain dorm you have, right? And the meal plans, all of those are based on databases that we can share. So that's the databases. And then we have a network. Where's there a network? Henry, you're on a roll. A network, where do we have networks on campus?
Yeah, we do.
How? Give me an example.
Well, let me think. I guess I'll just use like the Herbert Business School as an example. Like they probably have a network of databases.
Right, the network. And a lot of times if you look at this network here, it's communication. Think about how do we get, basically, do you ever have to log on and get your Duo? You ever have to put a security code of Duo? Henry?
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Okay, I know. It's annoying to me too. I have to either find my phone. What I have done now too is I got this from the security. I got this little token that sometimes when I don't have my phone and my phone's in another place, I use this token. It is a pain. We'll talk about it. You know what, Henry? I'll invite the director of security from the university. That'll be interesting, and we'll basically, besides grilling him, he's very nice to me, so I don't want to give him too much of a hard time. But we'll ask him, why do we need Duo? Are we going to change this Duo? What are we so scared about? But the university has a network. Anytime you're logging in, where are you logging into, Henry? You're logging into what? University of Miami network, right? And basically, do you think they're tracking you?
Yeah.
Yes, they're tracking you, and what are they afraid of? They're afraid of basically bad actors. And do you think with all these students, with all these computers all over the world, all over campus, what do they have? What are they going to get from you? Well, you know what they do? They love universities, those hackers, and they can be anywhere in the world. Why do they love the university? Because they can put software on your laptop, my laptop, a number of them get into the network and use our laptops to be bots, like soft bots, like robots, to go out and hack other people. They're using our CPUs, just like you said, Henry. It's going to be scary, and we don't even know it. So what the university has to do is all the time they have other software and hardware devices to stop bad actors coming into the university. And what is that? It's a communications network. And it's basically campus-wide. Anytime on the network, they do it. And notice, myself as a professor, they provide me hardware, Henry. And before they provide me hardware, for me to agree to get their hardware, what do you think they do? They put on software that's spying on me, that makes sure that no one else is doing it. Some professors, especially in computer science, say, I don't need their computer. They want to do it for our phones as well, to make sure that and there was a big controversy. I'm part of the Computing Advisory Committee, and we told IT they have their intentions to keeping us safe, but what do we have? We have intentions to do our work, so there's always a conflict. Just like you say, it's a pain putting in the Duo. It's a pain that they're restricting. There's a pain even on my software. They don't allow me even to download all software. And I said, here, I'm a professor of computer technology. I research it. I advise a number of clients, and you're not letting me download software. So they give me an exception. But guess what, Henry? They give me an exception that I only can download software for 30 minutes at a time. So these are the kind of things that we'll talk about, and this is what we call computer-based information systems, and they have procedures. When someone is hacked, or you get an email that's suspicious, and you basically click on the link, there should be procedures on basically rolling back that information that they have a problem with. They have something called ransomware. And Briggs, have you ever heard of ransom? Where have you heard about the word ransom? Have you ever heard about it?
No.
Okay, look it
If you
up.
hold someone for ransom.
What?
Like if you hold someone for ransom.
Ransom, right. Exactly. What is it? Somebody, God forbid, kidnaps you? What are they going to say? They're going to go out to your parents and say what? You want Briggs back? Pay us $1 million. Right. And hopefully your parents will say, yes, we want them back, right? They're not going to say keep them. Well, the same thing, they call it, instead of software, they call it ransomware. Just like the term of ransom, let me just write that down. Just like the term of ransom, they're hackers that go into servers, go into companies' resources, and take over the computer, take over their hard drives, and say, guess what? You cannot use your systems like Blackboard or your financial aid systems or your accounting system unless, what do they want, Briggs? They want some kind of remuneration. And do you think they want US dollars, Briggs? How do you think they want to be paid? They say put, under a tree, put, $10,000 under a tree and we'll, and don't call the FBI. How do you think they want to be paid?
Like cryptocurrency.
Exactly. They say Bitcoin. And a number of companies now have Bitcoin accounts so they can pay off ransomware. And where do they love to do it? In hospitals. Does the University of Miami have hospitals? Does it have a medical center? Yes. And so basically they're invading. So where is that ransomware come up here? It comes up in the software end. So they are trying to do prevention to make sure that they don't. And if they do get hacked, and many of them do, they don't have the proper controls, then I'd say the majority of hospitals, guess what, Briggs? They go ahead and they pay it. Why do they pay it? Because, tomorrow your grandfather has to go in the hospital. Well, sorry, you can't have the surgery because we don't have your basically your information. So this is what basically this was talking about. And if you think about information systems, the way that it's set up, if you look at it, Grace, it's accounting, finance, production management, marketing, human resources. This looks almost like the business school of people's departments. So basically, this is called Enterprise Resource Planning System. Enterprise, another word, Grace, for enterprise is what? You got a clue?
Like a business?
It's a bit organization. It's more than a business. It's basically, think about it as an enterprise is a large organization. Is the university an enterprise, Grace?
Yes.
Yes. So does the university have an accounting systems, finance, right? Marketing, human resources, all of that. And then you have, in addition to that, underneath here, you can see these in purple are what we call the IT infrastructure. So it's the IT components, the IT what? Personnel, and the IT services. So if I look at this, who is the director of information systems, IT at the University of Miami? Do we have something like a chief information officer? Anybody have a clue? They're so under the radar, most people don't, right? Raise your hand if you have no idea who the information systems officer is at the university. Right? I think if I wasn't in this business, I wouldn't know either. Because they don't touch me. They don't go out. We know maybe the president, we maybe know the provost, we'll know the dean of our school, right? Everybody's seen the dean of our school. He writes, he, is new. And guess what his thing is too? He's really into thinking that AI is going to be everywhere. He's really a proponent of that as well. So in that case, why am I asking you that? In that case, if we want to say here, who is the CIO, right, of the University of Miami? And you can look it up, right? Can we look it up in our class? Then Valentina, that's how we're doing in our classes. We're looking it up, and here it is already, getting to know the Brad. If we look at it here, this is Brad. Maybe we'll have Brad come in. But here's the biography. But he's the Chief Information Officer. Right? So, and then when we want to think of Brad, University of Miami, his LinkedIn, meet the CIO. And this is of the U. And what do they do here? Here it is of... he put on a suit, he got all this, and I don't even know, but look at this. Here, leadership team, the subjects. Here is IT resources. And what are they in charge? Look at what is the first thing. Artificial intelligence tools at the U. Look at this, Henry. Wireless and wired networks. Isn't that what we talked about? Cloud and collaboration. Storage solutions. Online learning. We'll look at that. You can get free online learning on different topics. For students, IT cybersecurity, does a lot. New improved features for Office, academic bulletin board, Zoom meeting and webinar service, Zoom bombing, access, analyze, and then he says here, artificial tools at the U. Do they ever, Ariana, what's your major? Finance, okay. And so basically, have you ever heard of him? It's services, maybe to get something out of here, but now we can see, let's look at it. Click here to learn more. So what are they giving now? So I guess they're giving available for and staff. Microsoft AI chat with data protection. What does that mean? That if we're typing, Microsoft is not going to use our data, supposedly. Gemini, Google AI chat with data protection. They have Adobe Firefly, which is AI-powered generated image creation. Apple Intelligence on the Mac. Help Me Write. Gradescope, that's for UMs. What is this? Enhance a student by assisting educators with assessing student work. Design Assistant, available. Not much. So they're really behind, in my opinion, on using generative AI. They're afraid. They're afraid of what's going to happen with Gen AI. So, but this is information technology. So all those things of services and products. Remember we talked about services? All that IT infrastructure is here. See here, software, network, third-party applications, email. We get our email from them. Hardware and hosting. Okay. And then if I go back to my content, we have the adaptive test that in every class you'll take information systems adaptive test. And my role as a professor, I get a different role. You'll get the test. I get what we call a dashboard, seeing that 18 students have started and 5 have not. So this means what? If we looked at that, Lily, it means then do we have more than 23 students in the class, you think?
Well, we're
Participants, right? It says 36. Yeah. So
36.
Right. So in this case, I see the progress of the class. So I know at least 18 have done it. So I know about a little over half the class have at least gotten in there Wiley. This needs to be done by Wednesday. And then if I have students, under students, you see that, Lily? I have seen already Thomas has completed it. Lucas has completed it. Ariana has completed it. Jayan has completed it. And Christian has completed the assignment. So this is a dashboard. I have the need to know what these students are doing. You should have your own. So these are the ways in which we're doing. Next week, let me stop sharing. Next week, we will be creating groups. I'll do it randomly at first. And our first assignments will be looking at collaborative tools. Collaborative tools like Zoom. Collaborative tools, a way to record your screen. Collaborative tools, a way to communicate. So we'll be starting on Wednesday with another assignment for collaboration. But this first week, since it's adding and dropping, notice here students are adding, I've kind of made sure that everybody gets at least the basics of how this class works. Any questions? Sebastian, how am I doing?
I'm doing good, Professor.
Okay. Any questions that you got from the group? Anything that you think you need to emphasize? Sebastian. So maybe...
just to make sure everyone signs up by, if not, I'll just send you guys an email by Saturday, those who haven't signed up, or Sunday. Just make sure by Monday everyone signed up.
Right. So we're Monday. We're having class on Wednesday. So this way everyone signs up, and you have to be fully registered to this class, right? You have to have not just gotten the link, but you have to be registered, because in Blackboard, we'll use your names and IDs to create, I'm going to create another Blackboard site. I'll call it the audit site, where you're going to be auditing each other, and you'll have the role of teaching assistant. So you'll also learn on Blackboard how to get full rights for Blackboard. That's what we'll be doing as well. So I'm going to end a bit early today. And you see how the class is working. You need to do the what's new, accomplish that, and then we'll meet on Wednesday, and we'll be digging in, I'll be rolling up my sleeves, and you'll be rolling up your sleeves, and we'll actually start applying this. Because in my opinion, just reading these books are very boring, and it doesn't come to life. And you're not going out with having skills rather than knowing what an API stands for. Right, Andrea? It's an application program interface, but who cares? If you don't actually see it and maybe actually use it and actually see what that is. Okay? So that's how this class is. As I mentioned before, if this is not for you, that's fine too. I will not be, don't worry about my feelings. My feelings will not be a part. And Isabel, how do you pronounce your name? Isabel?
It's pronounced just Isabel.
Isabel. Okay, so Isabel will get, if you can't get your computer to work, your monitor there, then go and get an external basic camera. Get a workaround. We always have to do workarounds.
Yeah.
Okay? So just saying it doesn't work isn't enough for this class. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, take attendance, and Andrea, do you want to stay with me after class? We'll just chat too. Okay?
Okay.
And then we'll see. Okay, so I'm going to share. We have the information system. I'm going to go back. And I'm going to go to attendance. I'm going to check into attendance. Start checking. 30 3086 is the code. Once you sign in, you're welcome to leave the Zoom. We'll see each other next week and do some more exciting issues. And I know everybody can read the book, right? So I'm going to just emphasize things that I think you need to, that are not clear, but I expect everybody to do the readings anyway that you, in your own learning method. Okay? So I'll see you next week. If you have additional questions, if you're new, you want to ask something, stay with me now, and I'll answer any questions that you have. So it's 3086 is the code, the attendance. I'm going to stop sharing, and hopefully you'll have a good weekend, a longer weekend, and we'll see each other on Wednesday. Okay? All right, let me stop.
I have a question.
Okay.
For all of the assignments that are going to be due, where can I find when they're going to be due?
Where can she do that, Andrea? It says that. So go to what's new.
In the what's due tab, it should be by weekly assignments. So anything that's on assignment one,
okay.
well, if it says January 22nd, which I'm pretty sure is the most recent date where stuff is due, everything that's under that assignment should be done by class time, January 22nd.
And that's going to update just weekly?
Yes.
Every week, okay, I'll unhide assignment one. I'll unhide the next following assignment and then hide the one that was previous.
Perfect, thank you. And for the group thing, where do I select or?
Don't worry about that. We haven't done it yet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. But you need to get into Wiley Plus. You need to do those assignments. So that's the key.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And Grace, how can I help you?
Okay, so I did email you yesterday about this. I'm going to be out of town.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop recording. Nobody needs to hear that, right?
Sorry.
It's okay. All right. Let me get on YouTube too. Stop. All right. Yes. And why are you out of town?
My family planned a trip already, and our airline it's all booked already. I come back March 4th. I know this is so inconvenient and
yeah. That's not an excuse. I'm sorry, Grace. That's not an excused absence. So if in that case, what we'll need to do is you'll need to find another section, because I can do it, or you can see if you can arrange it. Okay? So those are kind of set dates, and I wish you'll have to figure it out. Let us know if you can make a change to it. The only, excused absence, is improved, like the football team or something has to go away on the game or something like that, approved way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I wish you the best. You know what I mean?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome. So let us know.
Yes, I will.
Let us know. Send even to Sebastian. You can send him an email so he can check that. But it's good, Grace, that you find out now rather than, hey, well, I'm going on the trip, Dr. Rush. And I said, well, you're getting a 0 on that. That's why I kept on improving that. Okay?
Thank you.
I wish you the best.
You as well.
Bye. Okay. So, Andrea, what are your thoughts here?
Regarding the class?
The class, and maybe being teaching assistant in training.
Yeah, I would love to try it out, see how it is. For the most part, my semester shouldn't be too bad. I do have one class that's very rigorous, so and it is my business law class. So if for some reason I see I can't handle both, I will let you know.
Yeah, and also what I'm telling you too, Andrea, is to let Sebastian know. Always your courses take precedence over, your activities in the class. But I think you'll be good at it, in getting maybe. What do you think, Sebastian?
2 things. One, who's your professor for business law?
Rod Haywood Jr.
Don't know much about him, so I can't do that. And 2, just keep in touch with me. You got added to the group chat, right?
Yes.
You have my number. Just work it out with me or just text me if you think you're going to do it, and then we'll.
And you know what? In the group chat, in the WhatsApp, put your name there rather than also give your name for the profile. Sebastian, make sure that all the teaching assistants have their name, not only their telephone number.
Okay.
But their name, so we can know who they are, and then what Sebastian, you work directly with Sebastian since you're in this class and Sebastian's covering this class. That'll be good, and also with Daniel, but especially.
I'll make a group chat, us three with Daniel, like you, me, and Daniel, and then.
Yeah, I think he made a TA. He made a teaching assistance chat. Make sure she's in it.
Let me see if he's already done that. If not, I'll do it right now.
Yeah. And then you can basically kind of be the lead there, Andrea.
Okay.
And helping. And where did you grow up, Andrea?
I'm from New Jersey.
Oh, Jersey, okay.
I was born in New York, New Jersey, but I also have Romanian roots.
Okay, so, that's from your last name, I can tell.
Yeah.
So she's already in the group chat where you, me, and Danny have been speaking, Professor. But if you want, I can make an extra one, just us three.
Well, I think it's going to be too many. You can maybe. I think having teaching assistants in training. Didn't he make a group chat of that, Daniel?
If he did, I'm not a part of it. But...
I do on my end. I'm part of a group chat that says BTTA in training.
Right. So reach out. He forgot you, Sebastian. So
no, that's the one I'm in. That's the one you're in as well.
Yeah, right. And there's others. There are others too.
I'm going to make another one, or ask Daniel to make it himself.
Okay, it's up to you. You know what I mean? You guys decide, and then just include me in those. Okay.
Okay.
And then we can decide. Okay. You figure it out. I don't want to micromanage. Right? You guys can figure it out. That's the beauty of having the class. You don't need me to micromanage and tell you. But in the way of, especially the new assignments and so forth, maybe even before they're due, Sebastian, you can have Andrea and the other teaching assistants look at it to make sure that it's clear what even the assignment is for the next assignment. I think that'll be good.
What is that?
Okay. Before Wednesday, because that's when we're posting it.
Okay.
So if we need some basic adjustments or some editing to make it clear. So Andrea, your point is saying, hey, I'm not clear what this is about. You can give that. You can even suggest how to make it clear. You can even put it through ChatGPT or any of the others. You know, this is what I have. Make it clear and then keep on prompting it.
Okay, understood.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we'll see you guys. Take care.
Professor,
yes.
I won't be able to attend Monday's class.
Monday we don't have class.
Oh, okay, perfect.
It's Martin Luther King, so we don't have class Monday.
Because I was going to say, I'm going to fly back home that Monday. So.
Yeah, right. Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay,
right,
see you. Let's do. Right. Hi, Emerson.
How's it going?
Okay. Can you hear me? Emerson.
Yep.
Perfect. Perfect. You know what perfect is? That's perfect. So if we can get everyone to start getting their cameras on, setting this up, it takes a few minutes. That's why I like everyone to come in a bit early if you can. I know some of you have classes right before this and getting it. Everybody's set in the middle, their faces. They're very, how's it going?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
How are you?
All right. So we'll give you a few minutes to talk about your entrepreneurial endeavors. Let's do this. Let's leave it. You mind? We'll leave it towards the end. We'll get through a lot of housekeeping and other things. Are you ready for that?
If I could have another day, that'd be great.
Yeah. So let's do it next Wednesday. Let's do it next Wednesday.
Okay. Perfect.
Perfect. So I want to make you feel. I threw that on you. Spontaneously. So let's make it next Wednesday. That'll work out better even.
Thank you.
So we want to make sure that everybody is well prepared. And I just threw that on to you in a spontaneous moment. So we'll go with the punches. But if you can even do a better job and something short, just to get people food for thought,
Okay.
Great. Okay, is there anyone who hasn't been here last week? Raise your hand. Okay, so is that your first name?
Yes, it's
Okay, okay, so you registered? Okay, and are you on Blackboard? Did you get the Blackboard?
Yep, I have the syllabus and everything. I have everything on there. I see.
Okay.
Looking at it right now.
Okay, yeah, look at the syllabus. We'll just briefly go over it, but we'll have that. And what is your major,
I'm majoring in finance and legal studies.
Oh, in legal studies. And why legal studies?
Well, I kind of want to do law school in the future, and
Okay.
just locking on business.
Okay, so that's good. All right. There's quite a few of some students in our class that are doing legal studies. I think a couple. Who else is new? Okay, and then Nick, what is your major?
My major is finance and accounting.
Finance and accounting. Okay. And did you look at the syllabus? Did you do an overview of that? Yet you'll need to do that.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And did you get the Wiley Plus? Did you get in? Or not yet? What? Okay, so we'll go over it. Okay, and Sabrina, you're also new?
Yeah,
Okay, welcome. And you've registered, and Sabrina, what is your major?
marketing.
Marketing, okay. Sabrina, have you had any done any work with AI or AI tools?
Not really.
Okay, you use ChatGPT or not really either?
I have before, but not much.
Not much, okay. All right, who else is new? That's it? Okay, and Tessa? Tessa, what we like to do in our class, let me just tell you kind of the rules of the road here is try to make yourself it's not the witness protection program, so you need to show your whole face in the middle, professional, alert all the time. So yeah, if you can lower a bit your camera. And what is your major, Tessa?
I'm a finance major.
Finance major, okay. And have you ever had any work with AI you've done?
Not much.
Okay. And who else do I have here that's new? Anyone else? Everybody are all the veterans? So Ethan, you were here last time? Did you do the Wiley Plus? Did you get in?
I think it worked for me. I checked it out yesterday.
Okay. All right. Checked it out. We need to start doing it. Okay. So we're getting everybody getting on board. Daniel, good to have you. Daniel, I agree. Let's do the same thing. Let's do even 15 minutes, you know.
Okay, I'll change them all.
Or 15, 10 minutes. Because we do it at the end, you know.
Yeah.
But
2 was not enough.
yeah. Well, and then I just made it unlimited. I said, well, who needs a timer? But like you said, let it shut. So do even 10 minutes, I think is enough.
Okay.
And then I'll show you. I think it's in it when I was talking about the quizzes. I think it's in the last section in K. Look at the under Wiley under chapter 1. I saw two what I understood 2 quizzes there. And we can do that. Anyone else new? Okay. So I can't believe it's already time to go. Time goes like this, real quick. Okay. Welcome, folks. We're going to go through the rules and regs of how this class goes. I'm sure it's a lot different, our procedures, than any other class. What do you think, Daniel? It's a bit different, you know, and if, as I mentioned before, if this is not your cup of tea, that's fine. I don't mind you switching. And this is, like I said, the first week is like the trailer. You review the trailer whether you want to see the movie, and the difference here is that you're going to be participating in this movie. So you're going to be one of the actors, and you say, hey, I don't want to accept that part. You can do somewhere else. Okay, and we have a new one, Cecilia Page, we know everybody needs to. So, Daniel, if you could be so kind, and we got everybody. All right. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to be doing is I'm recording, right? So I'm going to record, as we talked about before, record to the computer versus recording to the class. And Jared, which one should I do, and what's the difference, and who cares? For Zoom, record to the computer or record to the cloud? Jared.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I didn't. Okay.
Something about the cloud. You cut out for a second on my computer.
Okay. So what was the question?
Should you record to the cloud or
to what?
To hear the other option.
What's the other option? Presley, what's the other option?
The cloud or download to your computer.
Right. That's the question. When I go to Zoom, and why?
Because it's kind of like a central place.
And what's wrong with recording to my computer?
If your computer dies tomorrow, you won't be able to.
Okay. What else? What's the major one? Presley, what's the major one? Why do I want to record to the cloud and not to the computer for the class?
I would just assume so you can always access it and it's downloaded.
Can you access my computer? Presley?
No.
No. So if I'm recording to my computer, it's great for me, right? It's great for me, Jared, for backup, but it does nothing for you. And I'm recording for you, mostly. I record for myself just to see how I can do improvements, but it's for you, right? If you miss something, right? If some of your internet, Jared, came in and out, I didn't know what she said right there, especially in terms of what's due, what's the exam. So I'm recording to the cloud. Who's cloud? It basically, Zoom basically owns servers, owns computers that it records to it. And did you see something fly across, Sabrina, on your computer? What did you see?
It was just letting me know that the meeting is getting recorded.
Right. Why does it say that?
To give me a heads up.
Is it heads up, and what else?
To give me the option to leave the call.
Yes. Right, Sabrina. You don't want, your face is going to be recorded. Your name is going to be recorded. And you say, you know what? I don't want that. Other classes don't record. So that's fine. So this class does. So it's giving then the permission that I'm being upfront, and Zoom is saying we don't want to do this in stealth mode, that people record without doing it. Is it possible, Daniel, for us to record in stealth mode? That the students don't know we're recording? Yes, in Zoom it isn't, but could I use other recording devices?
Of course. Yeah.
I could. I could record, and then you can record, right? I can record this without anyone knowing that I'm recording, but this is, they're saying, hey, this is for enterprise version, and we want to be upfront that everyone does. Where else do I record? In this case, Heidi, where else do I record? I stream. Sure. I stream. Oh yeah, good. I love it when we say, oh yeah, right? The oh yeah means something. Hey, a little flicker there. Oh yeah, to where? Heidi, you're on a roll. YouTube, right? You don't think about it as recording, but it is, right? And what's the difference, Heidi?
YouTube's going out to like everyone, like anyone else can see.
Yeah, I'm making it. Could I do it? I could do it private. I could have my channel and do it private. I am doing it public, and I'm going live. I have a choice. YouTube says, hey, you don't have to, you can record, you can live stream, but you can make it private, that you only give it to certain students. I'm saying, let us give it public here. Okay? That's what's happening. Okay? So I'm recording to the cloud, right, Jared? The reason, how do you get to the cloud? Via a browser. Do I need internet access, Sabrina? To get to the cloud? To get to...
No.
No? What do you think? What do you think? If I record to the cloud, do I need internet access?
Oh yeah, I'd say you need internet access. It's always updating.
Well, no, even to get to it. In Blackboard, did you need internet access?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. So what does the cloud mean in your mind? The cloud means if I go on a browser and I connect, that's having internet access. Are there times then, Heidi, there are times that what? I don't have internet access, then that's a good time to record to my computer. Right? But I need that internet access. That's the problem. If has anyone whose internet has never gone down? I don't think I'm going to get any hands, right? But everybody's going to have the idea from it. And we can do it. The other thing that I'd like to do is when you have questions during the class, notice that Daniel is posting different things in the chat. You can look at that. Daniel, again, is my lead teaching assistant. He was promoted this semester from teaching assistant. A year ago, he was just like in your spot, but he was a very conscientious student and really enjoyed learning. So I have this spot where I call it teaching assistant in training. So basically, the job of the teaching assistant in training is they get the assignments earlier than the regular class to review basically the instructions of the assignment to make it clearer. They help other students if they can, and they get the idea of what it takes to be my teaching assistant. If they like it and they've done a good job, they can get promoted next semester for a paid position. But we give it almost like on two sides, you know, of a way to see, hey, do you like this? If you don't like that, that's fine. And you say, hey, we liked it, but I just don't want to do it any longer. So Navarre has volunteered to be our teaching assistant in training. And then after this class today, if you would like to join him, let me know. And you can also be another teaching assistant in training. And then you'll have your own WhatsApp group talking about some issues of the class. And then they can give what I like, a point of view, a POV, point of view of a student of what were the issues for the students. Because sometimes students are a bit shy to give critiques or even want to say, oh, I don't know what's happening. So they give me kind of like a buzz on that. I also allow, along with Daniel, I like to have someone also moderate the chat. So you can interrupt me at appropriate times and say, this is what students are asking, this is what's not clear, can you clarify a point? So do I have any volunteers to look at the chat and to let me know what's happening? Any volunteers? As we said before, attendance is required, class participation is required, and this counts for part of your grade. Especially it counts for people that are in between grades, pluses, minuses as well. Any volunteers? Okay, so Heidi, let's do it today. Liana, how do you pronounce your name? Lanea. Why don't you both do it today, and then you can moderate the chats and let me know. And then Daniel can kind of be as our lead of answering some of the questions here and putting out notes. Okay, so I know I'm recording. Where? Heidi, 2 places, right? Now, everything is easy when you know it. It is basically to the cloud, whose cloud? Zoom, and also via YouTube. And if I share my screen, let me share, you can see what in this case? What are you seeing? In this case, Nick, what are you seeing on the screen?
I see YouTube.
You see YouTube. Do you see yourself?
No.
No, I see you.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, I can recognize you even. And what's the problem with that? Do you see me?
Yeah.
Am I holding up a thumb right now? No, but it's what? It's delayed, right? So there's a URL that we have here that they can do it. The advantage is anyone in the world can view our class in real time. That's how we're doing it. And guess what, Nick? For our projects and for our assignments, you'll be doing the same thing. You'll be creating a YouTube channel, and with your materials, you'll be live streaming from Zoom to YouTube. Okay? So we got that part done. So everybody knows that they're on YouTube, so you want to look your best. Okay. The other thing is we had the course syllabus. Let me just do it real quick. And real quick here, if I'm looking at this real quick, this is me, Dr. Sarah Rushanik. I go by Dr. Rush many times. It's just easier. The class is remote, except for what? We have, our exams are what? In class. If you cannot make those dates, then you cannot be in this class. Or you can be in this class, but you'll get a 0 for that test. And why bother getting a 0 for the test? That's what I say. Course description, we talk about it. Try to get online as early as possible. We always have issues. Here's the grading. But what I want to emphasize, especially for people that are new, that on March 3rd, Nick, you're new to the class?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so March 3rd, exam 1 is in the School of Business, in person. It's not online. If you cannot make that time, you will, and you can't make it, you will get a 0 for the exam. Or what I suggest is, now that you still can add classes and drop them, go ahead and do that. On April 21st, exam 2 is in person. We have 2 exams. We do not have, per se, a final exam. We have a final project that will be due at the time of the exam. And the last day of class is April 28th. Any questions? You can put them in the chat and let me know if there are any questions. Okay? Perfect. So I finished with that. So After you have the syllabus, you'll see underneath it attendance. Attendance is done at the end of the class. We give you a PIN number and you do attendance, no big shakes. Zoom meetings are the way when you enter the class. It's really the same URL each time. We want you to come 10 minutes early. And this is the key. Everybody hear that? Asher, that this is the key, the What's Due tab. With all our things that we're talking about, we're going to go through so many different assignments. It's a bit overwhelming. The idea every time you log in then is go to What's Due. And What's Due is we assign, you won't see all the assignments. We go by when the assignments are available, so it's less confusing. We see that Monday is a holiday, so usually that's why our assignment is due Wednesday. Otherwise, we usually do it a week in that we give you to do the assignment. We have you sign up for Wiley Plus Online, do the readings for Chapter 1, do the adaptive assignments, do quizzes. And how many times, Jose, can I take a quiz? What? You have to speak in this class.
Once.
Once? And what do you think then, Sophia? How many times can you take a quiz?
Twice.
Twice, right? So that's good to know, Jose. So in this case, you can take it twice. What grade counts? The first, the second, the highest? What is it, Sophia?
The last.
The last attempt. Your last attempt. So if you do just one attempt, that's okay too. So Jose, if you only want to do it once, that's fine. But if you want to have another chance, hopefully best is that you'll do better than worse, right? And is it open book, Sophia? Those quizzes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's open book. Oh, there's a time frame? No. So that's it. So we got that. PowerPoint and documents. Here are the PowerPoints that apply to the groups. We have an introduction to information systems. We have PPT in PowerPoint, and we also have PDFs. The PDFs, we used it because there's a program in Google called Notebook LM that you can put in a PDF and it will summarize, it will give you a study guide, it will create questions for you. So we'll go over that maybe in a few weeks where we'll cover that, where you'll see it's easy to make study guides and studying. Okay, so we're finished on that. The other thing is Wiley Reading and Adaptive. And Wiley Reading and Adaptive, you see here if you have issues getting Wiley, Wiley has another server, right? Sophia, Wiley has another server. Zoom has a server, YouTube has a server, and Wiley Adaptive. Is Wiley Adaptive in the cloud, Sophia?
What do you mean, is it in the cloud?
It means, do you need to get a browser to get access to it?
Yes.
Yes, so that's what it means into the cloud. That's the only reason. You know it as getting through the internet, they use the word cloud. The cloud, all it means is their service, and how do you get access to it? You open up a browser, Sophia, you know it already. It's like Inside Out, right? That you know it. Okay, if you're having problems, you use Chrome browser. So the first chapter we need to do for next Wednesday is Chapter 1. These are the chapters from it. And you could go to any of the, click on any of these. And you can see when you click on any of this, it should get me to the book. This is overview of computer-based information systems, of what is computer-based information systems. And here they call it the Information Systems Department. Do we have an Information Systems Department, Navarre? Here in the University of Miami?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we think so. Do you know who the Chief Information Officer is?
No.
No. If I weren't part of what I do for a living, right, being a professor of business technology and also helping businesses and consultants, I probably wouldn't know because they keep a low key. But how could you find out? What I want, right, Emerson, is anytime I ask a question, can you use your computer to find the answer in this class, Emerson?
Yes.
Yeah, so what my question to you is, who is the Chief Information Officer at the University of Miami? And what do they do in their information technology department? Is there even something like that? So what would you have to do then? In this case, Asher. What was my question?
Who is the CIO at UM Miami?
Yeah, yeah, what they do. So when I ask a question like that, if you don't know the answer, Jose, and I think mostly everyone doesn't know the answer to it, what do?
You look it up.
Look it up, right? I know who it is, right? But it's a good idea even to figure out who is, right? If I searched on it, CIO of University of Miami, and all of a sudden they say this guy named Brad, right? Get to know Brad. There's another guy called David Rice. He calls himself that. And then I have what? Welcome. That's Miami. And all of a sudden they notice I got a bunch of pictures. They said University of Health System. So look at this, Daniel. Is they have University of Miami CIO David Rice. And then they also have Brad. What do you think the difference is, Daniel? Yeah. You have any idea, Navar? It looks like what?
I'm checking.
Yeah. Look right here. You see that, Tessa? It said David W. Rice is U Health IT leadership. So what does that mean? Is that for us?
Yeah.
Yeah? Are we U Health?
Oh, no.
No? That's good. Yeah and no.
Well, I thought, they're affiliated with UMiami.
Yeah, right, but they're not my chief university, right? So if they go this Brad here, right, people, he says he's vice president IT, but it's confusing, right? Because we have two entities, and here he has related links. Let's see it, right? So here's Brad. I haven't seen Brad in a suit and tie for a long time, but this is Brad. He's in charge of basically the University of Miami, our Coral Gables campus. And did you figure out, Daniel, who the other guy is? Yeah, that David. He's in charge in the medical school. Yeah. Think about how complicated. Why, in this case, Navarre, why do you think they have two CIOs or two guys in charge?
Because the health system's different.
Exactly. It's basically, who's their client in the health system, UHealth? Our patients, right? Who's their Brad's clients? Students, faculty, right? And the academic side. So they're completely different. So here's one on information technology. And notice here it's welcome. And what can I say? Sabrina, what is your major? Marketing. What I can say, what you could even give them, is they do a lousy job on marketing, right? None of us knew it, right? They're keeping a low profile. Asher, maybe they're keeping that low profile because they don't want complaints and they don't want people bothering them, right? But we should know about it. New to UM, student, faculty, access to the system, Kane card. Did you know these guys? Artificial intelligence tools. Daniel, did we even know that? But they're hiding it all from us. Notice here, Kane self-service, new to UM, services and products. Let's go to services and products. What the heck do they do? Right? They have accounts and security, administration, customer support, email. We get email. You guys get a Gmail. I get Microsoft. Hardware, hosting, back up your data files. Look at this. Host your website or server. So they're going to host me. Network. View our offerings for phones, utilities, video conferencing, connect to the network. Software. Review available products from Adobe, Microsoft Office suites. Third-party applications. Training. They're going to give us training. They're going to give us web. Right? And look here. Under services and projects, meet the CIO, IT resources. Look how they hide this stuff. Have you ever seen this, Daniel? Has anybody ever mentioned it? What? Never before. Look at this. The University of Miami, right? They want to be the most up-to-date, and what are they doing? They're hiding this stuff from us. So I have somebody that's going to say, maybe a group will say, hey, we'll work on your marketing. Or maybe there's other reasons. And look at this, Daniel and everyone. Artificial tools at the U. Click here to learn more. We'll see what they offer us. And what do they offer us? Copilot, Microsoft's AI-powered chat, which they used to use just OpenAI, right? Available to, look at this, faculty, staff, and students age 18 plus. So if you're a student at 17, you can't use this? I don't know. Use Copilot to get work done faster, be more creative. All of this can be done with the confidence that individual and business data is protected. So if you get regular Copilot, why do they say all of a sudden they're emphasizing, Navarre, why are they all of a sudden emphasizing my data is protected and will not leak outside the organization?
Like they probably work with Microsoft or something.
Well, basically, Microsoft has two versions. Microsoft has the regular version, the free version of Copilot that everybody can get, and basically they train on your data. When you type in and ask questions and so forth, they view it and they use it for training purposes, or I don't know what they're using it for, but they use it. Organizations get very paranoid about giving, if I were doing like patent design or any of my trade secrets, I wouldn't want Copilot getting it, and who knows what they're going to do with that data. So they have a protective version. And you can learn more that you have to pay for to get it, saying Microsoft, and I don't know, I haven't tested it, but Microsoft says it will not leak outside the organization. Now they have Gemini. This is new, Daniel. Google's AI-powered chat with data protection. So that's the key here. See this word? Data protection is the key. Gemini can generalize, understand, and combine different types of information. Gemini for education. Notice it's not regular Gemini, which is Google, right? But it's a certain version of Gemini for education included added data protection. This means that the data you share with Gemini is only used for responses to your prompts. And then you can learn more. They give you, for all students, you can get Adobe Firefly, enhances creativity, new ways to manage and implement. Use simple text prompts in over 100 languages to create images. Apple Intelligence on the Mac. Help Me Write. Using Google's Chrome, Help Me Write feature. Grade Scope for faculty. And this is Design Assistant for Blackboard, because you're the role of an instructor is that you can use it to make a pretty blackboard. And what is generative AI? How does it work? And Emerson, how would you evaluate what they give us?
What do you mean, like just the presentation of it? It looks good.
It looks good, but I don't think they give us much in terms of AI tools. But this is a beginning. So guess what they did? And they don't even have it on their site. They hired an AI director because they don't know what to do. So this is kind of like that IT resources. What I like about this is basically what IT does. artificial wireless and wired networks, collaboration, online learning. So by the way, we'll talk about that, but they have LinkedIn bought a company called Linda that you can learn online and get badges and things like that. IT resources for students, IT cybersecurity initiatives, all our duo and things like that are bothering us. They're in charge. So maybe what I'll do is invite our security guy and ask him what's happening there, right? Initiatives, multi-factor, alumni, research network. What else do they do? Network access control, trying to control us. That's basically what they do. So notice the other one is in charge of the health center. So the Brad's constituents are the students, the faculty, the staff at the academic environment of the Coral Gables campus and the Rasmus. The medical school, think about it, Heidi, the medical school, who are their clients? The medical campus, UHealth.
The students that are
not only just the students, but what? Patients. They have a hospital. Yeah. Do you think they have to be worried about Heidi security, even that, patient data? Also, are they going to have to be important? Can their servers go down and still be in business? That's a problem. If you need an operation tomorrow, Heidi, you want to make sure that the system up, they know what they're supposed to operate on. Is it your left hand or your right hand, right? Who are you supposed to go? And of course, they want insurance. So these are the keys here when they're talking about, this is talking about data and information and knowledge. But when I talk about it, look at this figure here. In this figure, I have what? I have a computer-based information systems consists of hardware, software, databases, networks, procedures, and people. So when that's the case, Haley, I have hardware here. So IT is in charge of what? IT is in charge of, for myself, I'm a professor, they give me the hardware. They give me, for instance, I request, I want a laptop, I want something, this is how much memory I want, this is a hardware. They assign me the hardware. And software, they install the software for us. So Haley, in this case, for instance, Zoom, the university subscribes to the education version of Zoom. Is that hardware, software, a database, or the network? Zoom.
That would be definitely not the hardware.
Right. You can eliminate it. It's great that you think out loud, right? It's definitely not, even if this were a question, right, from the test, but even besides the question and the test, no, it's definitely not hardware. Okay? Is it network?
No, I was thinking it would be the software.
Software, right? So already we did software, that they had it as software as what we call as a service, meaning that we have to get the internet to get to that software, and they pay Zoom. And then I had YouTube, right? I live streamed to YouTube, and the difference between, I don't have to leave Zoom to get into YouTube. So the way that they do it is via a real API. So have you ever heard of an API? And if your answer is no, what do you think you should be doing, Haley?
Googling what
right, API. Right. API. What is an API? So everybody should be doing that. So when I ask the next person, right, like Anna, right, she's already looked it up. Maybe she doesn't know exactly what it means, but at least we can start with what she finds. And the same thing with Isabella, right? The same thing that everybody should look at. What is an API? And guess what? I want to know what it stands for because it's an acronym. And what else do I want to know? I want to know what it means. And third, who cares? What use is it going to be for a business? What use is it going to be for using Zoom and YouTube and live streaming from Zoom into YouTube? They use an API, a real-time API to connect. So what did you find, Anna?
I found that it stands for Application Programming Interface.
Great. Let's just start with that. Application Programming Interface. Good. And then what does it say?
It says it's a collection of communication protocols and subroutines used by various programs to communicate between them.
Yeah, between them. So that's it. So basically, you have to give permission, right, to another software to do it. So if I'm Zoom, right, I want people to remain in Zoom, so I want to do an agreement to YouTube, give us permission to go to communicate together, right, Anna? And what it is going to be, is it going to be good for YouTube? Of course, because then there'll be a number of people that have seminars running in Zoom that can be recorded and also be recorded on their servers on YouTube. That real time is in real time that I'm able to stream live. The only difference we saw is because it's bouncing from one server to another server, there's what, Anna? A delay. So when we looked at YouTube, what happened? We looked at YouTube, and when I was using my hands, we didn't see it for maybe 30 seconds or 45 seconds. For the class, if somebody else is watching it, it's not a big deal. If we were doing high-frequency trading, and I was kind of the leader and saying, okay, now we buy NVIDIA in high frequency, and we're going to sell it, let's say, in 30 seconds, is that going to make a difference? Yes. So this is the hardware. This is the software that we've done. So now we got to figure out, what's the network? Isabella, what's the network? What network do we use a network in our university? Do we have a network?
Yes.
Okay, how do we use the network? Do you use the network?
Yes.
How? It's good to say yes. Now the question is to get the details of the yet. So how can we do that? So let's see, Ethan, how can we do that? What network do we use that you use at the university? Do you?
Well, similar to her, I think I'm kind of thinking it's similar to like the Wi-Fi and the internet.
Yes, you got it. When you go on, aren't you on? You're on the university's Wi-Fi. You're not on my Wi-Fi at home, right? You're on the university's Wi-Fi. Do you think they follow you when you get on the Wi-Fi?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, not maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. They are tracking you. Because why? They want to have, number one, they want to have valid users. They don't want every schmo in the world to be on their network, right? To all the bad actors, right? You paid money, or somebody paid money, right, to be part of this community. So they are providing you that access. And what they're saying is, hey, I got to control that network. So they have many networks at the university. They have another network, you think, in the medical school and in the hospitals, they have another network. Because they even have to follow different protocols, which we call HIPAA, Health Information Protocol, that I'm not going to expose the patients of who's the patient in the University of Miami's medical center. So these networks have to be protected. Because what they would love are, have you ever heard of hackers, Ethan?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so everywhere in the world, they would love to come into our network and do what? What are they going to steal, my PowerPoints?
Data and information.
Well, basically what they want to do is, guess what they can really do? How many devices do you think are on campus using their network? There are how many? Maybe 10,000 students, maybe there's another. There may be like, just in the Coral Gables campus, there may be like 20,000 people using their network. And what can they do? They can basically put software on all our machines in stealth mode. And Isa, what's stealth mean? STEALTH.
Without us knowing.
Right. And get in our computers and use our computers to hack other systems. So what you really want to do is you want to have several computers hacking onto a server, trying to get it down, a denial of service, or trying to look at what we can do. The medical center, of course, I want all that medical data, right? I can basically use it for fraud purposes, credit cards, all of that, that's part of the network, and they have to protect that. And what I always am irritated by, that it takes a lot of time for me. They're restricting me. They give me, Ethan, they are so gracious to give me a computer, and before I get the computer, I tell them what I have. I have a budget for to use. I get a new computer. They don't even force one on me. I tell them how much RAM I have, how much the hard drive is. I want to maybe get an AI PC or something. I want to get maybe a NVIDIA computer. But what's the first thing before they give it to me? What do? Daniel, you know what they do? Before I get a computer?
They load it with tracking software.
Right, they load it with tracking software on me, more than what you have, and they prevent me from even downloading and installing new software. So I have to fight with them, huh, Daniel, to give me special permission for 30 minutes to download software. I said, I can't be in business without downloading software. They said, we can do it for you. I said, I don't want you to do it for me. I don't want you to come 3 o'clock in the morning to download software for me. I need it now. So this is kind of but this is what they're concerned about. Universities are notorious. And then what is it? Securities we also have within. I had students that were hackers. So what do they like to do is they like to hack. I had a student, I've told the story before, he was from Hong Kong, and Facebook asked him to cease and desist and get, they contacted the university's lawyers, and he came to me and he said, what am I going to do? I'm graduating, I'm going home. And we had an attorney as a guest speaker on IT and security. So we contacted him. I said, I don't know if you can go home with what you've done, So basically, everybody's tracking everybody. And then along with it, this is a great diagram. Do you see that? Why I like this diagram? Because it really talks about the components. And then their procedures. What does it mean? There's ways in which they have to follow certain procedures to document what they do. So if someone hacked in, if someone did what we call ransomware, and Nathaniel, do you know what ransomware is? Have you ever heard of ransom?
Threat of some sort?
Yeah, threat. Look it up. Everybody wants to look up, right, Isa? Avery? What's ransomware? I know what software is. I know what ransom is. What is then ransomware? Harlan?
It denies access to a user's data.
Right. They use it all the time in hospitals. What do? They have some software, somebody downloads a link or something, and they get into the server of, let's say, the UHealth. And what do? They say, hey, we basically kidnapped your server. You see that, George? We basically stopped it, that we know we will let you get it, right? What do they do when somebody's kidnapped? They, God forbid, George, somebody would kidnap you, and what would they ask? They'd ask your parents, if you want to see poor George back, your lovely son, your favorite son, right?
Yeah.
Give up the money and put it under a tree, right? And don't call the FBI, and we'll come and pick up the money. Instead, they don't need to grab George, right? What do they need to do? They just hack into your university, maybe through your account, right? And say, hey, you can't get in. And if I, God forbid, if I had a surgery tomorrow, they wouldn't know what arm to operate. Is it the left? Is it the right? When is the operation scheduled? And of course, they would say, "What's my insurance?" They would want my money. So they have ransomware. And in this case, Jasper, what do you think? How do you think they asked to be paid?
I'm not sure.
Well, let's think. You think dollars?
I mean, maybe, probably not, though.
Probably not. What do you think? Let's think about it. None of us know for sure, but what do you think? Would they want you to dump, if they came from who knows where in the world, if it were China, Russia, who knows where?
Maybe like cryptocurrency.
It may be. Probably yes. And probably Bitcoin, right? Because that can do digital, right? That's what they ask for. And guess what? A number of hospitals, organizations, they open up Bitcoin accounts. Because guess what? The majority of them say, if I have to be in business and I have to do surgery tomorrow and I have, let's say, 1,000 surgeries, Jasper, what's your major? Jasper, what's your major?
Oh, my major?
Yeah.
Legal studies and finance.
Right, legal studies and finance, right? And you're like the CFO of a hospital. You don't want to lose revenues, right? And also I could get sued for not being able to, take my grandma that needs basically a heart transplant, and you're delaying it because your system got hijacked.
Yeah.
So they pay Bitcoin. So that's part. So if somebody needs to be muted here, Daniel, you want to check who needs to be muted? We see the conversations. Okay. Does that make sense to everyone? So this is a key, what you need to do. And then when you look at this figure is IT components. This is what we call the IT infrastructure. So at our university, even taking an example, we have an infrastructure. Brad there is in charge of IT components, IT personnel. He has people that work for him, and he has IT services like giving email, making sure that your Wi-Fi is working, making sure your account is working for faculty and staff, giving them hardware, software. For the students, there's software that you can download, we saw. And then you can see that this is their capability. What there's always being that there's functional areas, these are called functional areas, and it really goes hand in hand with like departments in the School of Business that you're studying. Somebody's accounting, there's accounting system. Finance, this is look familiar. Production, operation and management. Marketing, human resources. So this is almost like our departments in the School of Business, but this is for information systems along the entire enterprise. And another word for enterprise is like organization. It's like and the university is an enterprise. We have different departments, we have different schools, and we want to be able to plan all of our resources efficiently and that people get to do their jobs. And that's the key here. I can really shut down all my services and not be able to function like they wanted to do with me. They said, you can't tell us in advance what software you want. We'll install it for you. And Dr. Rush, when you want something new to install, contact us. So I said, I don't want to contact you. I want to be able, every day I'm downloading something new. So they give me special permission, but even in that case, they're following me, they're tracking me, and they're giving me now 30-minute portions of it. And then you have a dashboard of a business intelligence dashboard giving you an overview based on your role. So if I'm the instructor, notice, for instance, I was the professor, I see how everyone did in Wiley. You as a student see how you do. It's basically what we call a need to know. So that is the key for what we have. Questions? So if I look at it, I need this all integrated. And what I'm looking for is a way in which to be efficient. And what we're going to be stressing in this class is, in software terms, is AI, artificial intelligence, in different ways of generative AI, of our prompts. AI, what I find is good for, who's my marketing majors? Raise your hand. I'm marketing majors, okay. So Sabrina, you're a marketing major. I think generative AI is really great for marketing. Have you ever used anything for marketing in generative AI? Sabrina. It's really great because many times what generative AI is still is what I call hallucinations. So if I think about hallucinations in AI, what does that mean? Anybody have a clue? Rian, were you raising your hand or are you scratching? Rian? Elizabeth? Olson? She here? Rian, Elizabeth, do you hear me? I guess not. We'll take note of that, okay? So do you want to DM her?
Yeah.
See if she's around? If she has some issues here? So what's a hallucination? What would you say then, Isabella, is a hallucination in Gen AI? What does that mean?
Maybe when like something goes like wrong or stops working.
Okay. If I say I'm hallucinating, what does that mean? Look it up. Hallucinations in Gen AI. So Navar, what are hallucinations? Do you have a clue?
Like when you think of something, like fake things come up in your head.
Basically, yeah, things like imaginary. And what Gen AI is really good at is that it is great for imagining, creating. Give me a story, tell me a poem, right? But one of the things many times it does, those are my legal studies. They've even had examples where people use Gen AI and help me write my brief. And then they come up with cases and it looks so good. But then they went to court and found out that Gen AI made up those cases. They don't even exist. So you need to basically, that's why I think Sabrina would be great for marketing, because what you have to do is imagine, right? Create, generate different pictures, different commercials, right? Are they always so accurate? No, right? But they're compelling. So you need to work with it hand in hand. Okay. So, Daniel, what else do I need to cover?
That should cover it.
I think that's it, right? That we covered then really basically this first week. Why I'm kind of going slow on that is we're having people drop an ad during this week. And then next Wednesday, we have our assignment in the What's New, right, Jose, in the What's New section. And then next week, we'll break out in. What?
What's due?
Yeah, what's due? No, what's new?
Okay, now what's new?
Yeah, what's due, right? And so what we'll do is next week, we'll break out into groups. We'll do random groups, and then we'll create another site that's Blackboard. But what permission do you have now, Navar? You're a student role. I'm a professor role. I'll give you teaching assistant rights in a new separate one, and then we'll try out a number of different activities and think about ways to collaborate and know it inside and out. Okay? So let me share and do attendance. So what did we end up doing in attendance? Oh, did we do the information systems adaptive? We looked at it, right, or no? Open assignment. Yeah, let me just open it up. So this is who? This is my view. The instructor view, one due date. I have 19 people haven't started. I have 2 people in the class that have completed and 1 in progress. And the others haven't even gotten into that. So you need that for Wednesday. And then if I go to students, I see my class progress. And then I see then my students where I see Alexa and Navarre have completed their assignment. They get to be lifted to the top. Okay? And it tells the number of minutes people have spent. Number of questions because it's adaptive. And then it has the completion and their completion grade. Okay? So, let me go back. What's due is my section, right? That's the important thing. Not what's new, but what's due. And then my attendance. And in my attendance, I start my check-in, and it's 14:43. So you can fill that out. When you're finished, you're welcome to leave the class. I'll see everybody next Wednesday. Monday is a holiday, and we'll start doing the assignments, plus we'll have additional assignments that will be posted before a week before it's due. If you have questions that you want to talk to me about, stay with me. And Navarre, if you can stay on with us. And it's 14:43. And then we have it as that 10 minute. I think that's better, Daniel. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, this way it cuts us out, but it's not like I wasn't paying attention. I went out, my Wi-Fi came out or whatever we have.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my pleasure. See you.
Thank you, Professor. Have
Thank
a good
you.
weekend.
You too. Have a long, happy weekend. Okay. All right.
Hi, I'm sorry. My computer was muted for a second when you were calling, and then so I couldn't hear. But I'm sorry.
Okay. We just wanted to make sure you were okay because we didn't see.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. I was like, I don't know what happened, but for a second.
Okay. We were just checking. Yeah, Daniel was checking to see if you didn't faint or something.
I'm sorry, but thank you. I'm excited for the semester.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we have 14. Let me stop recording. This is an area where stop recording. YouTube, I stop, right? Okay, and Tessa, you have a question? Or you just forgot to log off?
Yeah, we want to log out. Oh, I don't have host permission.
Well, I never. Never mind. Too late. Better too late than never. And stay with me. I need to ask you a question to make co-host. Yeah, before we start. Okay, Navarre, you have any questions, Navarre?
No, nothing.
Okay. So basically, you're part of the group. We have the TAs and training group.
I'm gonna submit the assignment for you guys pretty soon.
Okay, so pretty soon that you can review it and see if it makes sense. Okay, and then next week, this way it gives you more time. You can do a short just a short presentation, even 5 minutes, just to see kind of like what you're doing. We can go from there.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just like an overview or something.
Yeah, overview.
Show, like our employee training, but that's so fun. The employee training.
No, but just the idea of what is your company doing, and what is the problem, and how are you trying to solve it? what problem you're trying to solve.
That's
and
fine.
we'll do kind of like an open interview. Daniel and I will be asking you just a couple of questions.
Yeah, shoot some questions my way.
Right.
Because I don't like talking about it too much. You know what I mean? People ask.
Yeah, right. But I feel like it's informal. You know what I mean? So it's not a big. We're not looking for we're grading you on it or something. Just we're curious about doing it and seeing how we can help you in the class. How we can kind of gear you. And do you have any programming experience?
Actually, we made myself and another colleague of mine. We Python, I believe.
Okay.
Python, and he used something else. We tried to do something with like airplane.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
We'll see it next week. Okay.
Yeah.
Ciao, ciao.
All
Have a good weekend, and we'll see you.
Have a lovely weekend.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you too. Bye. Okay. So, less students did. As I go in the time, less students are less on the ball.
I was looking at the quizzes. The H section did a lot of them. The J not so much, and the K as well not so much.
Right. So it goes like that. Anyways, remind me. I have 2 students. Logan I invited to come after class on this today. Can you find out? And he's also on the football team.
Oh, Logan from last class.
Last semester. Was it Casey? Logan Casey.
Yeah, Logan Casey.
Right. So his group gave him he says a D. I don't know what you gave him. But why he's concerned about, he has to let the football team know. So he has to keep, I think, a certain grade point average to be on the team still. So I just wanted...
Is that after the K section?
Yeah, after the K section.
Okay.
And
I'll just join in.
What time you finished?
I finished at the same time the K section finished.
Oh, okay, perfect. I thought you were going longer. Okay, so join, but just tell me.
The only reason Monday, but syllabus day, I figured there's no.
Okay, but so you
for the rest of the month.
Okay, and what class is that?
It's Business Tech 417.
Which is what?
Project management.
Okay, and that's with Wendy too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same building as well.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's good. All right. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure. So, let's do that. After you finish with her, yeah, I guess just come down. But I guess it was that he didn't participate. Was that the key?
I put the comments.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think that he didn't come and didn't participate or something. And then he was telling me he's done so much, and he found out from the other ones that they got better grades on the group project than he did.
They definitely did.
I don't even remember.
I'm sure I put a note on there somewhere. I think it was on the final grade.
Yeah. We put a note. I remember you put it. You'll say, I said he's going to come back to us. You know what I mean? My A students never come back to me. I really didn't deserve that. I cheated. Okay.
Okay. It says there was a lack of involvement by one team member. The rest of the team did well. Logan had a detrimental impact on team morale. He didn't do the work by the deadlines. There was an imbalance in workload, led to much frustration. He ignored them reaching out. They felt it was a situation of inequality because he didn't do the work.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch here.
Okay,
they
basically.
Specifically mentioned him multiple times.
Okay. And how did he? So, what grade did he receive on the project?
He got a 64.94.
Okay.
Overall, he got a 76.91.
Okay. And how did he do in the exams?
With the curve,
yeah.
Or without the curve?
With the curve.
With the curve, an 80, and then an 84.
Okay. Just for combined or just for the multiple choice?
No. So the multiple choice was a 40 and then a 15. Or sorry, a 35 and a 15 on the first one, and a 40 and 15 on the second.
Okay, so
combined.
All right. Okay. We'll see what it is.
We also didn't do assignment.
Which one?
3, which was
the Ninja Trader.
Ninja Trader Part 1.
So did you do 4?
He did 4.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll just.
Was there anyone else who was coming, or just?
Him, and next week is Cam. What's Cam?
Cam Miller.
Let me see. Cam.
Oh yeah, Cam Miller. Wait, he got an 80. He got a B.
Yeah, he wants an A.
Different Cam.
I think he wants an A. And Dalton too. Dalton hasn't gotten back to.
Very badly on
what?
Ninja Trader. He didn't submit 3, 4, or 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, that's okay.
Dalton. Got a B plus.
Yeah, and also doesn't think he deserves it. He wants an A too.
He did not do Ninja Trader Part 1 adequately.
Okay. Okay, he'll be next week.
Well in the exams.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he thought he deserved more. And okay. That was Cam or that was Dalton?
That was Dalton.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the argument could be made for Dalton, maybe, but it's just the Ninja Trader dragged him down.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Okay, we'll see. Dalton hasn't gone back to me, but those are the two that, I told everybody, contact me and the part. Okay. So.
What do you want to say to Casey, Logan Casey?
What do I want to say to him? I want to, basically what you tell me, and then I'll say I'll consider it. I don't want to, I'm not going to say anything, for any of them. I said I'll reconsider, but this is the issue. Okay. You know what I mean? And all of them, I'll say, I'll review it, and it may go down your grade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where.
All right.
Okay. That's what, I want just, from you, I just want the facts. You know what I mean? You're not the, you're not the professor. You're just giving the facts. You know what I mean? And you did it's all just facts. Give me the facts, and then I make the decision whether I, reconsider and do it. And I'll tell them. I'll get back to them. You know what I mean? I don't want to tell any of them, this is it, or I'm not changing it, or, but I'll consider it. But at least they can see what it was, and from them I can see. I do have the authority to do, change of grade.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So see you. Thanks again. I'm getting sick. I heard something. Okay, ciao. Bye. At least I don't affect you. Okay, great.
Call from 16692731306. Call from 16692731306. Call from 16692731306.
So you guys want to show your faces? Okay, hi, Greg.
How's it going?
Just great. How are you? I think I'm coming down with a cold, but the good thing is I don't infect you.
Yeah.
So do you have questions? Did you start the Wiley?
I haven't yet.
Okay. Did you register at least or no?
No, not yet.
Okay, what is your major? Remind me.
I'm undeclared.
So it'd be a good idea to try it out even while
Yeah.
we're waiting. Try it out now, and even you could even do the 14-day. Make sure, why I want to do is to see if you have issues. You know what I mean? Because it's due next Wednesday and we're not meeting on Monday. And Grace, how are you? Did you do the Wiley? Did you
No, I
register?
haven't started it yet.
Okay, you may want to do the same. Have everybody start it tonight. You know, just even registering, you understand? Even if you don't do it, so that way you have it out of the way. And what about you, Lily?
I'm good. I did do the Wiley today.
Okay, good. So you can help. Why don't you kind of guide, while we're waiting, guide Grace and Greg what they need to do. That'll be good.
Yeah, you just go on the like chapter thing on Blackboard and read the chapter and do the quiz after, right?
Right. But how do you even log in? How do you even get Wiley to come up?
Oh, I just went on Wiley Plus and created an account and then used the link in Blackboard to like get the textbook.
Okay. And so did you complete it, Lily?
Yeah, I completed it.
Okay, great. You completed it, and did you do the quizzes too? The quiz one?
Yeah, I did quiz 1.
Okay. And how many times can you take it, quiz one?
Twice.
Right.
It lets you take.
So did you take it twice, or you got it perfect?
I took it twice. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And it counts for what? The highest, the last attempt is what counts.
Okay.
So, you know, supposedly you should be doing, once it's open book and you got a couple wrong, you should be able to even search it and see what is the issue, and you should be able. And Lily, what is your major?
I'm a finance major.
Okay. Because a lot of people are now doing finance and something else. You decided just finance is enough.
Yeah, just finance for now, but I'm thinking of maybe minoring in business law.
Okay. And you thinking about just for it, or are you thinking about law school, or what? Why business?
I'm thinking about law school, yeah. But we'll see.
You'll see. Yeah, you see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think it's a good idea that you can put it. Keeps you open. It doesn't necessarily. And basically, if you're doing finance, it's around what you can do in finance is based on business law, right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to go to jail. that we're doing. Okay. And Soren, did you attempt to do the homework yet?
The quiz?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so did you do Wiley as well? Wiley adaptive?
Also, I had a bit of an error when I was logging Wiley. Like, I was able to get into the Wiley that's posted on Blackboard, but as soon as I clicked into that, it seemed to kind of prohibit me from making an account because it says I already have one, but I don't have any login information.
Have you had it with another class or what?
No.
Okay, so maybe what you can do is, why don't we, okay, we can see that. All right. And Ryan, have you gotten into Wiley yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. And what about you, Caitlin?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay. And what about you, Quinn?
Yeah, I think I'm in.
You already have done the adaptive?
I did the readings.
Okay, but have you done the adaptive quiz that goes with Wiley?
No, not yet.
Okay. But you got into Wiley, but you just left the adaptive. Do you know where it is?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
a lot of work.
Okay, all right. It's due on Wednesday, but I wanted this day in case people were having issues that we can address them, and have it completed then on Wednesday. What about you, Colin?
Yeah, I did the quiz
You-
and the assignments.
Assignments. And what's your major?
Business undeclared.
Oh, business undeclared, right. Yeah, we have a lot of those in this class, right? Okay, and Ellie, did you do the homework yet?
I'm still working on it.
No,
Isn't
but-
it due next Wednesday?
Yeah, it is. But I'm just wondering about the Wiley. Did you get in Wiley? You got in. Okay, that's my concern. Yeah, it's due Wednesday. Usually it's due a week. We would have it Monday, but since Monday there's not a class, we're doing it. Okay. What about you, Will?
I'm still working on it, but I'm in.
But did you get Wiley to work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's all I care about. We'll see that. I'll show you on my end what we can see. Okay. And Eric. Catherine. Okay.
I got into the textbook. I haven't done the homework yet.
Okay, but you got in. That's my main.
Yes.
Okay, good. And Catherine, what's the status?
I haven't gotten in yet. I was having trouble with it, so I'm gonna try to go to, I think it's like the tech desk tomorrow. I can't get into Wiley Plus. The website just loads and loads, but it won't.
Well,
actually work.
Okay. You know
So
what? Let's do this. Greta, can you just set that up? Who else had a problem? So, Catherine, I don't know what help desk, and maybe you can set up a time, Catherine, to connect with Greta.
Yeah, Greta, I'll find your Instagram and then
I can also, I'll just put my phone number.
Yeah, you want to put it?
Okay. Phone number in the chat.
Yeah, put your phone number. Greta has really been great. She's volunteered to be one of our teaching assistants in training. And we also have, we have teaching assistants. So hopefully when she finishes this, if she likes it, she'll be next semester, she can get a paid spot with me and being a teaching assistant and help. But this way, since she's gotten in, right, that'll be great. So if you do that. And who else had issues getting in? Okay, what happened, Finley?
I just couldn't access it for some reason. But I know I have like the course team pack or whatever, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go up to the library tomorrow.
Okay.
Or like the center where they help and see if I can.
Okay, with the course, yeah, the course pack should have it. Who else is on the course pack? Anyone? There were a couple. Okay, and in this case, among the course pack, raise your hand that you got in to Wiley. Okay, Luana. Okay, Finley, you see Luana there? Text her, maybe she can help you. You mind, Luana? And help.
Yeah, that's fine.
And help Finley. You know what I mean? Help Finley then, since you're all you're all in different types, the course pack. We talk about point of view. You guys have a different point of view than I do. I get in differently than you guys, and especially with the course pack. Who else had issues getting into Wiley?
The same thing happened for me. It was
Are
just
you in?
loading.
And it didn't go? One?
Yeah. It just had the loading screen.
Okay. And did you use Chrome? Tried that too. Try using Chrome first. Even try it now. Try using Chrome, because today I want to even deal with issues that we have. You understand? Because we're not going to be there until Wednesday, and it's due. And why, not get credit in time, because it was, you're using the wrong browser or whatever. I'm not sure, Juan, if that's going to be really the issue, but that's the first thing. And then have you put it in the chat? Maybe just put in the chat.
I just messaged her.
Okay, message. Okay. And are you with Course Pack? Juan? or regular? Okay, who else has issues with Wiley? Because we want to resolve it now. Some of you try it out now, even during the class. Just click on, what you can do is just click on one of the sections in Chapter 1, and then even sign up for a 14-day trial. It's not working, you know. We can see how that is operating. So we'll see tonight who was able to do that. And those that were able to do it, Greta, maybe you can reach out to those people to help you when I go through this. Okay, welcome, folks. It's, in this case, it's Wednesday, January 15th. We're already in the middle of January. I can't even say Happy New Year to people. I think after the 15th, you're not supposed to do that. But the first thing I want to do is have a couple of people besides Greta look at the chat and just moderate it and interrupt me and see if there's something that I'm missing here. So do we have, as we said last time, class participation is part of your grade. Usually it works for in between grades, between a plus and a minus of a grade, usually that works. And so part of class participation is participating and being moderators to the session, helping other students out, things like that. So besides Greta, do we have another person that's willing just to moderate the chat? Let me know if there's an issue that I need to do. Is there anyone? You can raise your hand. Okay, Finley, great. So Finley, you'll be with Greta. Just moderate, Finley, the chat. Let me know. It's good to do it. Okay. So basically, I want to make sure everybody's here. Who has not been here before? Who is their first class? Okay. iPhone, who is iPhone? Raising your hand. What is your name?
Catherine Bramer.
Okay, Catherine. Number one, since you weren't here, you need to be on a computer when you're attending this class.
Okay, yeah, I tried to get it to work with my computer and it wasn't working. So
okay, but I'm just saying for next time.
I'll get that figured out.
Okay, all right, so the next time, because we're going to be doing a lot of sample assignments. Next week, we're already going to, roll up our sleeves and start doing assignments. We'll be in groups and things, and we want to, a lot of this you cannot do on a phone. So I'm allowing you to do it this time, but figure out what is the issue of why you can't get in. Are you registered?
Yeah. I think so.
Are you on Blackboard? Do you see my class on Blackboard?
Yeah, I saw it on Blackboard, but it just popped up today, and I got into the class yesterday.
Well, how'd you get in the class yesterday? Oh, you registered the class yesterday. I thought you got in. I said we weren't teaching yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to go through again for everybody that was in or out, the rules and the regs, how we're operating in this class. So let's start. So the first thing we do is I record my classes every session, and after Zoom picks up the recordings and puts in some summaries, they bring it back to you where you can, on your Blackboard site, you can view recordings, and we'll look at that and see what happens. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to record to the cloud. I'm going to record. I have two options in Zoom. I can record to the class or record to the computer, right? So Quinn, what's the difference and who cares? Recording to the computer versus recording to the cloud.
Isn't recording to your computer, it's just like only for you?
Exactly. Perfect. Perfect answer. Recording to the computer saves it on my hard drive, the recording. The problem is, Quinn, when you want to review it, you don't have access to my hard drive. Number two, it saves me time. I don't have to then, when it records to my computer, then I have to do a step to upload it to Blackboard. In this case, when I record to the cloud, it basically records on Zoom server, and also Blackboard and Zoom have a relationship. And their relationship is what I call API. And how we work in this class when I give you an acronym. We weren't born with acronyms, and we have no idea what it is. Our case then is figuring out what the acronym stands for, plus figuring out why we want to need to know that. Right, Lily? Just to say in being with our friends, I know what API stands for, and they say, well, why do I need to know that, or what it is? You're going to be able to see, is this pertinent to you? So first of all, we have to find what is an API. So I'm going to record to the cloud. And as soon as it's something flashed, what flashed, Max, on your screen? Did you see something flash? Did anybody see anything flash when it says I'm recording?
Yeah, there was a user agreement basically allowing us to grant you permission to record the.
It doesn't give me permission to record. I can record. You have permission, Soren, to stay in the class or not. I have host rights, and let me do this, Greta. I'm going to give you co-host rights. So I'm going to, where the 3 dots are, I'm going to make you co-host.
Okay.
So this way it gives you more capability. Do you see that, Greta? It gives you, for right now, it's not going to make that, but if you want to put people in groups, you want to do things, you have more rights. So promote it. So Soren, I have the highest rights here. I am the host. You are just a participant. So you don't have any control of what I record or not. I have control over what, if you want to record this. So if you want to record to the computer this session, I have the rights in putting up my settings, whether I want to give you that right. But, Soren, you have the right to say, you know what? I don't want to be recorded. I don't want my name there. I don't want to be. So you're welcome to leave the class and leave the course. But you need to know that all of my courses are going to be having your name, your picture on it. Okay? So that's the key. If you don't like it, everybody has choices. So the next thing is, what else do I want to record? Lily, where did you remember what else I wanted to do?
Was it record to the cloud?
I did that. And now what do I want to do? Greta, what do I want to do? I want to record what? I want to live stream to where? Does that come?
On YouTube.
On YouTube. So what I've given permission to Zoom. Everybody knows what YouTube is, right? I created a channel in YouTube. But instead of going out to YouTube, Greg, and doing a live stream, I'm going to be doing it within Zoom. I've given Zoom has a number of settings. By default, it's set off. I've turned my settings on to be able to live stream to YouTube. I need to have a channel in YouTube to stream to. So I have a section where I can live stream either to Facebook, to YouTube, to Twitch, or live custom live streaming. I'm going to choose YouTube. I have a channel. So I have to tell YouTube my account, my Google account. I have to give it my channel. And guess what, Greta? You're going to be doing the same thing in weeks to come, to do the same thing for you and your group. So now I have a choice on broadcasting a Zoom meeting to YouTube Live. I can do public, unlisted, or private. I'm going to use public, and I'm going to say anybody can view this. And what it is Zoom has an API, a real-time API to YouTube, which is preparing to live stream my meeting, my Zoom meeting, to YouTube Live. So when I'm doing this, so now it says, did you get any message? Greta, did you get a message?
I got a message that said you were live streaming.
Right, so I'm live streaming. So the question is, what does that mean? And it's Zoom, API, YouTube. So my question now to everyone, and everybody can look this up, in my classes, I not only allow, but I encourage you during my lectures for you to use your computer to do what? To basically look things up. Where maybe other classes say you can't have a computer, you can't look things up. I'm the opposite. In my class, you can do it. So we have to figure out what API stands for and what it means. So did you find it, Lily?
Not yet. I'm looking
Okay, who found it? Raise your hand. Okay, so what did you find, Greta?
It stands for Application Programming Interface.
Okay, let's just stop with that. It stands for Application Programming Interface. And then what does it say?
It says that it allows different software applications to communicate and exchange data with each other.
So in our case, then, Greta, you're on a roll. Which applications are we using? One is what? Zoom is an application, a software application. Everybody agree with me? Will, do you understand that? It's a Zoom is an application. And what's the other application, Will? YouTube. And what do we want to do? Have a connection between the two that they can talk to each other and share data. So is there an issue? And we're in a business class, so the idea is, what is their incentive, Zoom, to create an API that they can share information? One is what? That you're in Zoom, they don't want you to leave Zoom, right? They want, the university pays a subscription for using Zoom. So they don't want people to cut off that subscription. They want to give them more value. So that's the idea. And what's the incentive for YouTube, Colin? What's the incentive for YouTube to have that permission to share data?
I guess to get their message out there.
Basically, for you to get onto YouTube, they sell ads, right? They want numbers. So instead, if you're not going to use it, you'll use another streaming service. That's it. So that's okay. So let me share my screen. And what do you see? Colin, what do you see?
The class.
You see the class. Great. You see the class, and do you see me? I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you see me? They're counting 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm in the corner there. So what's happening, Colin?
You're live streaming?
I'm live streaming, but it's delayed. It's about 30 seconds of the delay. Why? Because in real time it has to go from the YouTube, from Zoom to YouTube server. So you see here, everyone's here with their names. That's why I said you need permission, right, Caitlin? That everybody here, you're in the corner, and Lily's here, that everybody's here, and they can see the link. And then there's a URL there. And then later on, you will be able to do this too. I want this to be an assignment, Colin, that you can, from Zoom, you'll learn all the ins and outs of Zoom and create a YouTube channel. And then you can do it based on maybe your project. You can have even ways in which to get out your message and have people subscribe to you. You understand? It's like, I'm doing this, I want you to eat my dog food, right? As we can say, I want you to be able to do that. All right? Questions? So that's number one. Number two, if I go to the classes, right, is we know about the classes when we do the classes. We did the syllabus last time, and under the syllabus, what is important, let me just review in case there's some people that were new. What's important is that my office hours are remote. It's basically my office hours are after this class. So it's perfect for you. Other students have to come to this, but if you need to see me, I will turn off the recordings and we can talk about anything that you want. If you want to contact me via email, make sure you put in your section that word K. Course materials, you need to have a laptop and you need to have a camera and you need to have an internet connection. And what else is important, and some people were asking me about it, is everything usually is online. Sometimes we will go to the lab. I'll announce it a week ahead of time. We may go to the School of Business lab to do in-house activities. But I wanted everybody to put in their calendar that March 3rd is the first exam. Even if you have any accommodations or disabilities, you need to take the exam with me in class. And we're in 204 computer lab. I'll give you more instructions, but you need to be there. If you cannot be there on March 3rd and you want to stay in the class, you will get a 0 for the exam if you do not attend that way.
Will it be at the same time as this class?
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't that a great idea? Well, I give it another time, right? You're reserved here. I'm not going to do that. But I just want to make sure that you know, because some people say, oh, I took this class because I want to be online and I was going on vacation, right, to Colorado on March 3rd. You get 2 weeks of spring break or something, right, Finley? So I want to make sure in advance, if you're doing that, that's fine. Have fun skiing or whatever. But that's not appropriate. And then the April 21st, we'll have the second exam. And it will be in person. And Finley, what it will be is we'll be doing it on the school's computer. But guess what? Is a possibility to have problems? Of course there is, right, Finley? So what we're going to do is have each of you bring your laptop as a backup. Because guess what? Hey, this computer doesn't work. You know, do I have control over all of those computers? No. And will some not work? Of course they won't. You know, it's part of the deal. So I've been in this business a while to know you always have to have, and you too, always have to have backup and recovery procedures. So this is it. So instead of the final exam, Finley, what we'll do is you'll be working from mid-semester on a final project, and you will then, the last day of class, present it. I'll give you feedback on it, and you'll submit the final exam, the final project at the exam date and time. So that way, I want you to concentrate, have the exam, and then be able to concentrate on the project. Because in my opinion, the project is much more valuable to you, Finley, than the exam. Because you'll learn some skills, right? And you can then use that. You'll have your own URL. You'll have your own website. You'll create chatbots. You'll create podcasts. You'll have skills that you say, hey, what can I do for you, or what can I do for myself? What you'll do at the end, Finley, is after you'll do presentation. Guess what? In Zoom, like we do normally, we'll have an online class, and then afterwards, once you kind of do that dress rehearsal with me, you'll do a formal presentation, but you'll do it on your own with your group in Zoom, and you'll record it where? To the cloud, not your computer, because I need to have access and other people can have access, and then you'll submit that to the cloud. Got it? So I just want to have everyone to understand where are we going with all this, because there seems to be so much going on. But this first week, what I want to make sure is that everybody has an understanding, and I use it as, I call it my trailer week. You get to see the movie, Finley. Not all movies are for everyone, right? If this is for you, I'm happy for you to join me. If this isn't for you, that's fine too. Fine. Everybody should find what's of interest, to them. Is that clear, Finley? I answer your question? Okay? So that's the... Go ahead. Is there a question?
I was just saying thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. Okay. You'll see attendance. Attendance we'll do at the end of the class. We're always going to do that online. No big shakes, but we'll end a bit earlier. I'll answer any questions you have, and then you can stay with me. If you stay with me, I stop all recordings. Because in information systems, what we know is there's something in security called the need to know. What does that mean? The need to know. Let me just put this up here. So at this point in security, it's the need to know. So Colin, what does that mean to you in security and information system security? What do you think that means?
Probably that, I don't know, a company needs to know something. I don't really know.
Okay, let's take your example, Colin. Do you need to know your grades in my class?
Yeah.
Do I need to know your grades in my class?
Yes.
Does Greta need to know your grades in your class? Or anyone else in the class?
No.
No. That's the need to know, right? Do they need, in order to do their job, they don't need to know it's like you need to know your business, right? But they need to know when you're part of a group, they need to know when they schedule a meeting, they need to know that you're there or not, right? Or they need to know your schedule in order to do it. So that's the key in information systems is you provide roles and access based on what, Colin? Based on the need to know. Makes sense, right? It's common sense, right? You need to know, let's say you're working, you need to know how much taxes you owe, right? Do I need to know how much taxes you owe? Is that my business?
No.
No. But the IRS needs to know, right? Your employer needs to know your paycheck. Same thing with me, right? I should have access to how much the university is paying me every month, the year. I need to know that. Do I have then the role to change my salary? I think I am way underpaid. 10 times more I think I deserve, right? 100 times. Do I have, in that case, I do not have access to change my salary at the university, and I shouldn't have, right? So it's those kinds of things of the need to know that we're dealing with. So at this point, we talked about the syllabus, how to sign up, and the easiest way, I think, to sign up is just go to Wiley Reading and Adaptive, click on one of the chapters, and then it will ask you to register. And you can even, if you want to, say you want a 14-day evaluation. You know the Zoom meetings, that's how you get in. Let me go to the Zoom meetings now, right? And if I go into Zoom meetings, everybody go into your Zoom meetings. Lily, let me stop sharing. Can you share your screen, Lily, for us?
Yes.
So you see how I'm doing this class? I want to make sure that everybody understands kind of the ins and outs of how you can find things, what you can do.
Oh, I have to open my settings to allow it. It says Zoom may not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit.
Not record. I would just want you to share your screen. Greta, can you share your screen?
Yeah.
Because you have a different point of view, right, than I do.
I don't know if I've actually ever done this before. Okay.
Right. That's the beauty, isn't it? If you've done everything in the class, it would be a boring class. Oh, I know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now move it over so we can see it. We see just like part of it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then expand it so we can see more of it.
Okay.
Now, everybody should see this, right? This is the list. What she's sharing with us, I think it's useful. What she's sharing is when you go to Zoom meetings, right, upcoming meetings, you see today, right, and then you see then on Monday, which we really are not going to have class. We should really remove that. But do you have a role to remove that? No, right? That's up to me in this case. But then you can see on Wednesday the 22nd. But look at cloud recordings. You see that up in the tab? Let's see what that is. Okay, you do not have any recordings yet. So when we're recording, then this is where your class recordings will be. Everybody clear with me? Sorry, your session has expired. Please refresh. Okay. But this is where your recordings will be. Okay, so you can stop sharing. So everybody will need to, basically we'll have an assignment next week where you'll be going through, Greta, all of these. How to share, how to make somebody a co-host, how to spotlight certain people. So let's say we had 4 people presenting. What you can do in Zoom is spotlight those 4 people and they will just appear in the middle. So a number of different things. How do you help somebody report remote support? Somebody needs some help. You can get into their computer if they need the issue. So we're going to be going through that. So let me now share. Okay, so this was the Zoom. If you look at my cloud recordings, you see here that this was a cloud recording from January 13th. And it has 5 files, and then you can review the recording. And then some of them you can download, you can play, you can just get audio, you can get the chat file, and then you have recording analytics. So it gives me how many people viewed it, all that dashboard type of thing. Next, this is the key. Everybody listening here? So in this case, Will, what's due is the main thing on this website, on this Blackboard. If you want to know then, Finley, what is due, you always go to what's due. And in this case, I will post then not all your assignments, but the latest assignment. So you see here, assignment 1 is due before class on next Wednesday. And it says sign up for Wiley Plus, do the readings, do the adaptive assignments, do the quizzes, and miscellaneous. What I wanted you to do is go to the library site and subscribe to the New York Times and Wall Street Journal and read this article on how are companies using AI agents here to look at 5 early users of the bots. Perfect. So, Wiley Reading and Adaptive. If I go to Wiley Reading and Adaptive, what I suggest, and I was suggesting it to others, if you're having problems with Wiley, sometimes the reason is use the Chrome browser. Sometimes with Safari or Firefox, it creates issues. So use the Chrome browser at that time. And then you'll look at chapter 1, and these are the chapters that you can read. And then chapter 1, adaptive assignment. For every chapter, at the very end is the adaptive assignment. The adaptive assignment is required. And in this case, that's required. And Nick Bennett, are you here? Nick.
Yeah.
You need to have your camera on when you're in this class. Do you have issues with that?
Yeah, it's not working right now.
Okay, well then it's acceptable for today, but not after. So you have to figure out how to get that done. Or else if you don't want to show your face, this is not the class to be in. Okay, Nick? Okay, so information systems adaptive assignment. Were you here in the last class, Nick?
No, I just joined.
You just joined, okay? So basically then you have to reach out. Are you part of Blackboard? So you're going to have to, are you paying attention here? You have to go to what's there. Okay. So we have to have info systems administrative assignment. And let me just show you what I have. What's my role again, Grace? Am I the instructor or am I the participant, the student? Grace?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Sorry, you're the instructor?
I'm the instructor, right? And you're the student. So notice, you remember I talked about, Grace, the need to know? I need to know how everyone's doing. You do not, so your system will look entirely different. This is called a dashboard. So I can see 22 students have registered to Wiley. Only 4 students have completed and 2 are in progress. So if that case is 26, 28, how many participants do I have today? In my class, those need to register and do it. I can see here their practice assignment, and then if I want to see how they have done, I can go to students, and I can see in this case, these students have at least entered, and Lily, in this case, you see that Lily hasn't started. Negev hasn't started here. Greta has completed the assignment, and Asa has completed the assignment, and Luana has completed the assignment, and Colin. So I already know that those 4 ain't gotten 100%. So one of the things is you may want to jot that down in contacting these students that are great. You see that, Greta? You may want to write this down or make a note of it, Greta, that we have of who completed this is yourself, Lahasa, Vanessa, and Luana, and Colin. For instance, now Olivia has started it. We say she's in progress. Okay? I get that. Why am I getting that? And then I have policies. The other part, in the adaptive assignments, you have to do this, and you also have to do the quizzes. Under the quizzes, you have chapter 1. In these quizzes, you can begin, and you can see here, this test allows, instead of multiple attempts, you should pay attention. It allows you to take it twice. And you can continue. And then under PowerPoint, if I open up that folder, I opened up the folder and I see that Introduction to Information Systems. I have the PowerPoint, and I also have, it was converted to PDF, that later on what we can do is take the PDF and put it into a program like Google, a software program like Google Notebook, and it will create for us a study guide and a podcast. We can join the podcast. It's kind of interesting and neat. Okay, now going back to Wiley and Adaptive, we said we're going to go to chapter 1. And in chapter 1, we talk about computer information systems. And you'll see at this point, it talks about organizations referred to the management information systems by several names. The MIS department, the information systems, IT department, information services. So my question to you, do we have an IT department here at the university? Luana, what do you think? We probably do, right? Do we have?
Yeah,
okay.
I think we do. I'm pretty sure there's like a number you can call.
Right, there's a number you can call. Do we know who's the head of it? Who knows who the CIO, the Chief Information Officer, is at the University of Miami? Anybody have a clue? The only reason I have a clue, Luana, is because I'm in this business, right? I teach it, I consult on it, I give advice to the university on what they should do on their information systems. I'm on their computer advisory committee. I work with Fortune 500 companies. I work with, in consulting, I work with startups and advising them. Who's my marketing people? Okay, Greta, and who else? That she's the only one? Who else is a marketing major? That's it? And then Ellie. Okay. Ellie, you think they do a good job of marketing their IT department? If no one in this class even knows who's the head of it? What do you think?
I'm not really sure who the head of it is.
Right. So we don't even know. So they maybe need your advice in helping them with it. So your job now is to tell me who is in charge of IT department at the University of Miami. Who is our CIO? We know who our president is. We know who our dean is, right? Ellie, you know who the dean of the School of Business is, I imagine, right? So what do we do? So you see that, Caitlin? I want to find out who the CIO is.
I just looked it up online.
Good. That's what we want to do. Right? It's not cheating. I give you permission to do that, right? And once we do, and who'd you find?
I found someone named David, I think Race.
Okay. And then who else? Did you find somebody else?
That's all that came up.
Okay. Anybody find someone else? So Will, what did you find? Everybody, when I asked it, I'm not just asking Caitlin. Everybody, when I call on you, you should have already done it. So Ava, who's the CIO of the University of Miami? Ava Hunt. Ava Hunt is busy doing something else. Okay. That's good. Okay. So who is it? Tony, who is it? Anybody find her? Catherine, did you find somebody?
Nick.
What?
Is it Nick Harrison?
Oh, Nick Harrison, we got one. Who else do we got?
I found Arturo Duque. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Right, okay. Anyone else? Got somebody other name?
Brad Rower.
We got Brad Rower. So you see, we couldn't even find in all this stuff. We can't even find who is the CIO of it. So let me share my screen. And let me I'll Google it too, right? What do I want? I want CIO, University of Miami. And what do I get? I get this guy called Brad Rower. Right, let me click on it. University of Miami. You see him? He's in a suit and tie. That means he may know something, huh, Soren? He may know something. And it says he is Vice President IT Chief Information Officer. And then he has a biography, and he says what he does, blah, blah, blah. And then related links. Everybody see that on the related links? So let me go to information technology. And it says unified login experience for apps and services. Welcome. Kane self-service portal, new to services and products. News, announcements, stay in the know by reviewing the latest. They hide all this. Phishing scams, basically to look out for. Phishing is a form of fraud with the goal of tricking you into sharing personal information. They're supposed to be in charge of online security, your email on 365. Now you have Google. They said latest, accounts, hardware, listing, all services and products. So let me go to services and products. Services and products. Look at these then. It's accounts, administration, customer service, email, hardware, hosting, network, software, training. So they take care of our email, they take care of our software. Okay, so I don't know what's that going on. So in this case here, software, third-party applications. So if I go to software, you can see here software for the U of what students get, what the university gets, and new projects. And if I look at projects, Gmail for students, Zoom Cloud recordings, Canelink, Skype, right? So I have faculty profiles, leadership, meet the CIO, IT resources. And look at this. This is almost like our book. This is like our course. Artificial intelligence tools at the U, wireless and wired networks, collaboration in the cloud, right? And then if I look at artificial intelligence, click here, wired networks for click here to learn more. And then they're giving me Copilot. Anybody, Soren, have you ever heard of Copilot?
No.
Okay. Have you, Amory, have you ever heard of Copilot?
I have not heard of it.
Wow, it's interesting. Ryan, have you heard of it?
No, I've never heard of it.
Okay, so folks, Copilot, everybody's heard of ChatGPT, right? Soren, you've heard of ChatGPT?
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, Copilot is owned by Microsoft, and they're using ChatGPT's open AI model for themselves. So basically, it's like ChatGPT, but Microsoft owns it. And for instance, have you ever used Excel and Word, Soren?
Yes.
Yes. So basically, they attach Copilot to those products, and then you can get questions based on Excel, help me with some formulas, in Word, help me design. So this is Copilot. So you can see here, it's Microsoft's AI-powered chat with data protection. And what does that mean, data protection, Greta? You have a clue?
I would just say that, like, they agreed to not release your data to any other sources.
Well, yes. Basically, when you use ChatGPT or you use Copilot, Greta, OpenAI, which is the owner of ChatGPT, and Microsoft, the regular Copilot, or even Gemini from Google, they grab your data and they can use it for training purposes. They see your data. So many companies say, I don't want them to see my data. I'll buy Copilot or I'll buy ChatGPT, but I want the data to be protected. And notice this, will not leak outside the organization. So Microsoft, University of Miami is paying extra to get Copilot with the data protection. If you don't care that they're using your data, you don't have anything confidential, you're not putting your tax information there, you're not putting your health records there, it may not be a problem. But this is what, and Gemini, notice here that they say you have to be over 18 to use it. And then the university also gives you Adobe Firefly that creates images for you. And then they have a couple of others. In my opinion, it's rather weak on what they're giving us. We're going to do more than that. But the university is a bit timid and afraid to give artificial intelligence tools out, afraid of what can happen. So that is that case. So if I go back and share, what I can do is go back to our Blackboard and, for instance, look at a chapter from our readings. I'm doing 1.2. And it says Overview of Computer Information System. Do we have something? Wow, somebody's bombing us, huh? So next time maybe we'll put some passwords on that. So as previously stated in Information Systems, can you check, Greta, maybe if there's somebody there we can block them, your co-host?
Yeah, let me see if I can do that.
Yeah. As previously stated then, I've never had that done. I think in COVID, the first week of COVID, I got that, but I never had that done. You can see here the difference between data and information. But in this case, you can see here computer-based information systems here. This is the key for chapter 1. We have hardware, software, databases, and networks. So hardware we know, anything that we can see, right, whether it's our disks, our phones, our laptops. Software, then, what are examples of software? Quinn, what are examples of software that we've already looked at in this class?
Maybe just like a laptop.
Software.
Like Zoom or YouTube.
Exactly. Zoom, YouTube, and what else? Blackboard. They're all software, and there are a lot of times we call it software as a service, meaning that it's cloud-based. Those reside in the company's computers, and we gain access via what? Quinn, via a browser. So we get access via a browser, and then in the database, and then here is network. Where do we see then, Ellie, a network? Are you exposed at the university to networks? The university's network?
Would that also be like Canelink or Blackboard?
Basically, they're using it, right? So if you want to communicate, as soon as you basically, when you go into looking at Blackboard, what do they ask you for? First time you go into the Wi-Fi of the universities.
Like your email and password?
Right, email and password, and what else? And they ask you for Duo, right? The authentication to make sure that make it harder for you. All of that, you're using the university's network. All that Wi-Fi is the university's network. The university has networks on what? The Coral Gables campus. It has networks on the Erasmus campus, the Marine Science, and it also has networks on what they call UHealth, their health system. So they have all of these, and then they have databases, and databases are places which has information that is shared. So what database do you have? You have the School of Business database. You have, what's your major again, Ellie? What's your major?
Marketing. Marketing.
So the marketing department has a database on you, right? The registrar has a database on you, right? Do you live on campus, Ellie?
Yes.
Living on campus the housing has a database on you, the meal plan. So all of this are in databases. And what they have in computer-based information systems, or that information technology of an organization or of an enterprise, is they have procedures. When the university is hacked, somebody takes over and tries to be a bad actor, there's procedures on how to report it. If they lose some data, there's procedures on how they can back up. So all these are done with procedures in computer-based information systems. And this is the last figure I want to show you. This figure is called information technology inside of your organization. Our organization, another term, Ellie, for organization is called the enterprise. So another term for organization is enterprise. So enterprise, look at this, Ellie. It looks like basically everybody's majors, right? There's accounting, there's finance, there's production operations management, there's marketing, and the human resources. These are just examples, Ellie, of these going. And then they have underneath IT components, the IT platform, IT personnel. What is that? People that are working for IT services. They told us what their services are. Like email they give us, they're giving us software. For myself, they give me hardware because I work for them. And this is called the infrastructure. So basically here they talk about information systems, and what's basically driving this is the advent of AI. Anybody hear of the, in this case, let me just stop sharing. In this case, anybody hear of the company NVIDIA? Raise your hand. Okay, Soren, what do you know about them?
It is kind of, well, I know invested in it, but
right.
It is also,
they're going through the roof. So what I want everybody to do, and you do it too, rather than talking about, you know that the market is going crazy, right? In the past year, it's gone over 150%. What stock has done that? Nobody, right? So the question is, what do they do? What is exciting the market so much, Caitlin, to do it? So what I want you to do is everybody look up NVIDIA and figure out what does it do. We know what, you can even figure out sort of what the stock price is. Now we got to figure out what's all the commotion, what's all the excitement. So Will, I want you to do that, is look up NVIDIA and figure out, everybody figure out, what does it do? What is the excitement here? That Juan, can you imagine? NVIDIA has gone up in the past 5 years. We'll see what it does. We'll basically be able to see, in the past year, it's gone up 150%. I don't even know what's done year to date. I bet you it's huge. What is all the excitement? Tony, are you looking at that? What's the excitement? Do you see that, Max? What's that all the excitement in NVIDIA? It has something to do with AI. That's why we're going to spend a lot of time, right? That this course intentionally was not looking at artificial intelligence. And I'm saying, wow, we got to look at it because it's going to be in the, it's here, and people are anticipating it's huge. So who found something?
It's the world leader in like AI computing.
And what does that mean? AI, world leader in AI computing. What does that mean? Anybody got more specific? Colin, did you find something? Quinn, did you find something? On the video. Levi, did you find something?
Yeah, like they produce like the microchips for AI.
Microchip for AI. And what does that mean? A lot of people produced, AMD produced, Intel produced chips, right? So what, Samsung produces chips. So what's unique about them? Is the amount, do you think when they're doing this AI that that the performance needs to be really taking trillions of data points and processing them? So what they've done is they've created chips to do that, and even have created now hardware, putting together that you can get in a box like this, what they call PC computer, AI computer. So if I look and I share, it's amazing, huh? Today it went up 3%, right? In 5 days it went down, but look at it, 1 month, 4. Let's go to year to date. A little bit. 1 year, it's gone, what? A year it's gone up 141%. 5 years, it's gone up, look at that. You think that's a good trend line, Soren? Is that going up, the trend, or going down and staying the same?
It's gone up a great deal.
Do you see that? Had 5 years ago, right? 2,086%. Unreal. And why? Is a corporation headquartered in Delaware. It's going to be in quantum computing. Quantum computing stocks rally up NVIDIA and Quantum Day. Meet the little known companies better, right? NVIDIA stock gain. And then it ramps up focus, right, for robotics, right? It's unbelievable. And people are wondering, it's gone up 2,000%. Am I going to lose it? Is it past the peak? And it doesn't seem to be. You know, it doesn't even seem to be, you know, what it's doing besides, you know what I mean? And is that they're basically, excuse me, they're basically in this case looking at hardware. Excuse me. So it's the world leader.
Bless you.
So it's the world leader. Okay. So let's take any questions. So we know what to do for next Wednesday. And we will meet. I'm going to end class now. I'll do attendance. And stay with me if you have any additional questions. Let me just do check-in. $58.98. Once you finish checking in, you're welcome to leave. If you have additional questions, stay with me and I'll be happy to answer it. Wow. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Greta, if you want to stay with me.
Okay.
The code?
What was the code?
I don't see it anymore.
The code was 5989.
5898.
Oh yeah, code. Sorry.
5898 is the code. Did you get it?
Thank you.
Right.
I had a question.
Yes. Let me just stop. Is it about the class? What's your question?
So basically, I saw the syllabus, and I know that I needed to purchase to buy like the Wiley Plus.
Yes.
But I didn't pay for it, and I'm not on like the Kane's course pack, but I still have access to it. I don't know if that's something like I used to chat like the live chat to ask them like, and they told me that I have an account because the university pays for the account, but I thought we were supposed to purchase them. I just want to make sure.
I did the same thing. I think right now it's either are able to access it for free, or I think if you don't have access in 2 weeks, then there's like a 14-day like free trial policy. I was looking at that earlier because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But I was one or the other.
Yeah.
So I think check back in 2 weeks, and then like if not, it should still like save your progress and everything if you have to like.
Yeah, and then you upgrade. You get 14 days. I know that you get 14 days.
Yeah, it must be that.
Yeah, you get 14 days. So after that, and then you can see. Were you here last time?
No.
Okay, so see whether you like the class, and then after 14 days, the advantage is then you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I just enrolled. That's why I couldn't join the first class. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
And you have access to Blackboard, right?
Yeah, I have access to everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Perfect.
Thank you. Bye. See you next
Okay,
class.
see you. Okay, and Nick? Do we have Nick here? Does he have a question? Nick, do you have a question?
Yeah, do you know where I could go to try to fix my computer? Because I just got a new computer and I don't know why. It says my camera's on, but it's a picture of like a.
I know, I see it. It's a picture of a camera.
Yeah, I don't know.
And what computer is it? What type? What brand?
HP.
HP. Okay, so you have a Windows machine. Yeah, they have on campus someone to help. It's part of IT.
I think there's something in the library, possibly.
Yeah.
So there's like and then there's something also attached to the bookstore. I'm not 100% sure if they'll be able to help you with that, but I know there's like a technology store there.
Okay, because you're going to need to have it, Nick, for next Wednesday. So try this week to have it done. Or, worst comes to worst is use another computer or something, get earphones or something, you know what I mean? And use the university's computers. Or
okay, thank you.
Yeah, because that's a requirement. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Nick. Have a good weekend. Yeah. You find it, right. Okay. iPhone, what are we doing here?
Hi, I was just wondering if there's anything I should do before next class that's like not the textbook other than that.
The quiz, did you look at what's due?
No, that will have everything?
Yeah. Go look at it. You don't have can't look at it. And what's new?
Let's see if I can open that. Yeah, I just got like the course on my Blackboard.
Okay.
So,
you have to go to what's new.
Okay. And then that'll be okay. Yeah. So.
What do you see?
Yeah, I can see everything.
What do you see?
The sign up for Wiley Plus online. Right. The readings, adaptive assignments, quizzes, and MISC.
Miscellaneous.
Okay, is that everything?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I contacted Daniel. I emailed him. So I need to see. I actually meant to check if I was in the.
Yeah, check your WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I think they have like a teaching assistance.
Oh, yes. I'm in there.
Okay, great. So reach out to them, and also, who's in that?
Let me. Actually, I can't tell. I think it's just like a bunch of different phone numbers.
Yeah. So reach out to Daniel also and tell him that everybody should put on their profile their name, because you just see bunch of, so you can't even text anybody. You only see them by, individually. See them.
I see what you, yeah.
So he needs to fix that everybody has a name there, right? Because how do you know anybody's phone number, right? We all don't even know anybody's phone number anymore, right? We haven't, right? So that's all they're showing.
Well, thank you for appointing me for this position.
Yeah, so let's look around in the first, Greta, let's look around in the first weeks of who seems to be, I think even, that's why I said pay attention, those that were at least, were able to do the assignments and complete it 100% already show you that they have some initiative, that they're not waiting till the last minute.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, Lily didn't seem to be, she seemed to be not bad.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'll have to look.
Yeah, look next week.
Class, I'll jot down.
Yeah, jot down names of who we can invite. You know what I mean? It's like an exclusive club.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to have people that don't do anything or not helping. You know what I mean? So it's like, sometimes I know for myself, then I'll just do it myself than, redoing people's work.
I'm the same way.
You know what I mean? So you want to have somebody, number one, that you're compatible with, and number two, that they can enhance what you do, not bring you down. You know what I mean? So just check. And next week we're going to do, maybe Daniel will show you. Next week we're going to do groups. Okay. We'll do assignments in groups, and then we'll start doing assignments like doing Zoom, doing screencasting, being able to know the ins and out. Like you said, I've never shared, right? There's a lot more to Zoom, and every month they add new features because they're trying to also be profitable.
Yeah.
So it's great that you even have those skills, and then we're going to do a Blackboard site just for you where you'll be a teaching assistant, that you'll have all the rights like I have, but it's not in our regular course. It's in the course of all the students, and then we'll talk about the role, need to know, and things like that. So that's going to be an issue that's important. But I do appreciate your work, and it's more interesting for you as well. You know what I mean?
That I agree. Yeah, especially with Zoom class can be a little bit.
It's horrible in that sense. I do it myself. Yeah. I cook dinner. When I'm leaving, it's really hard. Even at least when you're in a physical class, so it's hard to get everybody. You can see everybody's kind of, and it's an hour that it's kind of sleepy time hour too. Or I'm hungry or whatever. So so if you can kind of think about it, and I haven't had Zoom bombing in. I had it one time, I think, in 2020.
That was very strange. Also, too, like, at the end, they rejoined with a different name, whoever that person was, I don't know.
Yeah, but, right. So did you get them out, or what?
Well, as soon as you said something, I went to remove them.
Okay.
And then they must have left because I couldn't find their name. And then another person joined, and it must have been, like,
some kids, probably in junior high or something, you know what I mean? The other idea we can do is we can put a password. You know what I mean? Password protected. But we'll see if it continues. You know what I mean?
That's not a recurring issue.
What?
Hopefully that's just the one-time
thing. And if it continues next time, you understand? If it continues next time, that they'll do that. Okay, great. So I'm glad.
Thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Also, feel free to email me if there's anything.
Yeah, no, and Daniel and Sebastian will contact you about the next assignments, and they'll give it to you. Just one is, I think, to clarify. You'd be good at that. Just clarifying their instructions. Even if you understand it, is it clear enough? And you can even put all those instructions into a chat GPT or other artificial and say, make this more clear. That's when it's good for the prompts and so forth, and what's needed for all those. And then you'll be able to really, what I love about it is you'll have a lot of skills. You know what I mean? I can do this, and you can show off this. You can show your website. You can show your chat bots. You can show your podcast, right? Rather than saying, who cares what really, I tell that to the student. Nobody's going to really care what grade you got, a 90 or an 80 or a 70. I don't care. Can you do something for me?
Yeah.
And can you do something for yourself? Okay, great. We'll see you then.
Well, thank you so much. I'll see you next week.
Yeah, see you next week. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye.